How's it going, everyone, and welcome to a late edition of No Excuses. Favorite show hosts are still.
And Volacel, who is the only one who is both here and alive.
Yeah, I came
So,
down. You're gonna have to deal with the uh, the nasally sounding croaky voice all show. It may correct itself as the show goes on and my throat clears from talking, but yeah, I feel terrible today. But we're here, even though we're a bit late, and yeah, stick.
Alrighty, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other listeners to the show. You can do so by clicking on the link provided in the show description on the YouTube archive of the show.
Yes, indeed. All right. On the stream this week, we have no Fern. We're playing just run around in Genshin. We'll bop over a few bosses after the midpoint, like we usually do. But yeah, uh, this week wasn't fun. Had to
Yeah,
just
it was rough. It was rough.
kept getting called away for family stuff in the middle of the week. Work was a pain in the butt. I'm going to kill all my customers. Gotten gotten use out of some old Estelle screenshots. About to go bust out the very big stick collection on some customers. Ugh, it's been a mess. I've not had time to play any Hoyo this week. Several days dailies got cut just to make room to get some trails in. I'm not anywhere what I would call deep in the game. Not even close to the halfway point yet. You may see several hours there on my Steam profile, but that's me getting kidnapped and leaving the game open. But yeah, I'm not
Oh,
even
you
through.
farming achievements in the early game.
Yeah, there's one in particular that did eat like a day. The worst Chivo in every Trails game that they insist on putting in because it's been there from the beginning, ever since combat multipliers became a thing. But yeah, I have a lot to talk about with the early game in that game, and some of the stuff that cropped up when I went to look up a certain song from the bonus dungeon that's actually from a previous game, and how the hell this thing made a reappearance. So yeah,
So was it a meme before from its previous appearance?
yeah, it was a meme from the second it made an appearance because the opening sounds like clucking chickens. Like nobody can take that battle theme seriously because regardless of their opinions on the rest of the song, I don't think it's actually that bad after the 50-second mark. But on a 3-minute loop, if 2/3 of your song or a whole third of your song is clucking chicken garbage, not a great endorsement for your battle theme. But that first 50 seconds is just what you hear the most every time you're on any floor set that uses it. So you just hear the clucking chickens.
I see.
It's in the music thread if, for those that are curious. I posted about the clucking chicken song. Right.
Yeah,
So
I think that it's actually an underrated aspect of scoring a game is that if you have battle music, you need to make sure that the first 30 seconds of the song is an absolute banger because people will hear the intro a lot.
yeah, and especially if you're in turbo speed in the Trails games, it does not speed up the song, but it does speed up the combat. So you get through less of the song than normal. But thankfully, the Cluckin' Chicken song was in Reverie, and this means you could change the background music. So you could turn Cluckin' Chickens off and swap it for like Inevitable Struggle or something from Trails from Zero. Much better song. So yeah, I guess we'll start with your week, and I'll get ducks in a row for talking about Trails while you go through that. That's literally all I got for my week.
Okay. Well. So the work week was not remarkably busy in the sense of lots of work coming through the business this week, but unfortunately the amount of other things that are being demanded of me just keeps stacking higher and higher to the point where the constant demands are wearing me down more than anything else. The it seems like the higher ups don't really perceive that work is required at some point to get a project done. They just think that if they constantly grouse about how it's not done yet, that will somehow make it get done faster, as opposed to, say, providing resourcing. Like, everything that I have to do requires manpower, and they're cutting back my manpower and adding more manpower requirements. So, yeah. Basically, I just have to stand there and get yelled at because the what they're asking for is not merely difficult, not merely impossible, but actively being made more impossible moment by moment at their behest. So, yeah, this is Corpo in a nutshell, basically. Like the demands are not going to be set relative to the resources you have available to you. And I have a million other things that need to be being done right now. Everything keeps breaking and needing to be fixed. So I'm spending half of my time getting contractors and negotiating with them on what I need done and trying not to get scammed by them, which is probably the hardest part. Because I'm fairly sure that some of them, when they get called in for a job, they just break a bunch of other stuff so they can charge it up in the process because they know we don't know how the thing works.
Yeah.
But
As somebody that has to work with them and does sales, I can tell you for a fact, if I don't like you, I will find more stuff that you suddenly have to buy. It is.
I don't really think it's a question of I don't think it's a question of like or not. Like, we don't have an operating relationship with a lot of these people on the reg, and the ones that we do, well, I mean, we need them. Like, I don't have a million different options here.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't live in a huge city, so I
it.
feel like I'm just being taken for a ride because they can, not because they want to, but because they can, and that's a good enough reason for them.
Yeah. My decision making is made on the fly, and the if the person is just a normal customer, I will not take them for a ride. If the person's just ignorant, I won't take them for a ride. If the person hacks me off at any point throughout the sale process, I will take them for the wildest ride they have been on.
It's like when I have somebody come out and do sort of like general annual maintenance on something, and that thing was working before they did maintenance, but they suddenly find a bunch of things that stop it from working during maintenance. I'm fairly confident that they broke them.
Yeah.
Like
I,
I was using the sodding thing immediately before you came, and now you're telling me it doesn't work.
I can't recall anybody ever breaking something on my watch for customers. That would be crossing the line with me and anybody that works with me. But I have gotten to job sites and been like, the fudge is that? Of and having to go, you didn't mention this thing was broken before. And
Well,
had it
we've got these mercury switches in our boiler tank that control the pump. And mercury switches are like, this is
Hmm.
antique technology.
Oh, we still
But
sell them. We still sell them on the reg for our sump pumps. We have to sell them with
I mean,
intrinsically safe explosion-proof pumps. They're required by code, and have to.
well, they're pretty inert, so I'm more content with them in a laboratory than having like the gigantic electrodes and stuff that they want on the new types of systems. I'm perfectly happy with the mercury switches, but for some reason, despite the fact that they basically don't wear out, they're just a vial of mercury. For some reason, they constantly seem to be needing to be replaced.
The wiring in those things is incredibly cheap, and they, despite having to tup over, ours do anyway, to trigger the connection inside. Uh, they will short out all the time. If float switches, mechanical or mercury, the wire is built the same, and they will give out about the same because the fail point is the wire.
Well, I mean, I know that the fail point is the wire, and that's largely because the contacting generates enough of an arc to soften the solder over time, and they tip back and forth, so you've got a combination of metal fatigue on the solder joint plus the increased heat of the switch triggering and the current suddenly starting up, and so that makes sense logically, but it's not me that's breaking it. It's the service person that breaks it every time, because we would have blown the boiler up again if it wasn't working when they came to do the servicing. We know that it's working. It just always mysteriously stops while they're there. And despite the fact that we're the only boiler for miles around that uses them, they happen to have one on hand. It's very, very frustrating to me. And I keep getting groused at over our costs.
To play devil's advocate for the repair people, a ton of random crap that you would not expect can use those stupid mercury switches as a temporary quick fix. Basically, anything that holds fluid and uses a control panel can use a mercury switch as a quick fix.
I don't care if that's the case, because they never tell me that's the case. They always go on a tear about how hard it's going to be to get another one.
And then suddenly they find that's one. A lie. Every single person that has contact with people that sell from a control panel has access to mercury switches, and they are more expensive than mechanical floats, but work exactly the same. And every single company that supplies mechanical floats supplies mercury floats at barely any markup.
Yeah, oh, well, I know that. That's obvious. The problem is they always try and persuade me that that's not the case, which is why I always feel like it's more logical to assume that they're not dealing with me honestly, because they lead with something that is transparently untrue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it is. If somebody leads with something dishonest, there's no reason not to assume the rest of it isn't also dishonest.
Yeah, mercury switches are incredibly easy to get a hold of. Every single supplier I know that sells mechanical, that sells pressure diaphragm, that sells what are the stupid things in OSS systems? Those little liquid detection switches that use the laser or the probe. Those are all, any of those. If they sell any of those, they sell mercury switches as well, and they are not that much more expensive than regular mechanical flow. Be about 25, maybe 30% more.
The thing is that this particular engineering firm, which is the only one around who can service the boiler in the local vicinity, I know that they happen to sell other lines of boilers that don't use them, and they exclusively deal in ones that don't use them. They use ones that use other systems.
They probably want to sell you.
They just want to sell me another boiler.
Yeah, either another boiler entirely or something with a liquid level transmitter switch, which you have no way of diagnosing yourself as a customer. And if I like the customer, I will actively tell them, please don't get these. They are going to cost you an arm and a leg, and there will be no way to manually service them yourself.
Yeah, one time when the boiler blew out, we rented one of their boilers, and the entire thing basically has no moving parts in it. You coax the thing to life through an arcane process of witchcraft, and then it just sort of runs and it does its boiler thing, except when it doesn't, and then you have to call them out because it's got no moving parts. You can't figure out what's wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very frustrating. But I just don't live in an area, or not. I don't work in an area particularly which has a lot of people who are suited to this particular type of work. So I've just got to go with what I've got. And so this means that every time something goes even a little bit wrong, it turns into a lengthy 3-day process minimum of getting the thing torn down, put back together, hopefully working, and then getting an inspector to come in and sign it off. So, yeah, it's a huge pain in the backside. And it's basically what consumed a lot of my time this week. Completely unproductive time on my part. But unless I'm there to, keep everything on task, things tend to get drawn out further and further. And of course, then there's the problem as soon as it's something electrical, they refuse to keep working until there's a Sparky on site to do that part. And then they bring their own sort of menagerie of obnoxious stuff that they want to do, and I've got to somehow keep all of the job safety paperwork all in order and so on. I'm just absolutely sick of this particular season, but there's not really any end to it right now. Everything in the lab is kind of old, so a lot of it is breaking. And then the fridge broke one of the fridges broke as soon as the boiler was up and running again and all healthy again. Then the fridge broke, like literally. The engineer who fixed the boiler was saying goodbye, and then my processing team lead comes in and says that the chiller's stuffed, and I'm like, oh, really?
Did you hear the ka-ching of dollar signs in his eyes as he walked out the door?
Well, he's not he's the boiler engineer. I have a different person I get in to do refrigeration engineering.
While your boiler was out, did you bust out the line? Don't worry, I know a bump guy. Oh,
I mean, it might work. I don't know, but yeah, his servicing on the pump was much more effective than his servicing on the boiler. The pump actually works better than it did before. The boiler only barely works just as well as it did before.
yeah, I can't help you with a boiler.
But yeah, so I've basically been chasing my tail all week, even though all of these things are incidentals that the higher ups don't care about, since they consider that below the line of minimally keeping things working. Except that took up all my time this week. So all of the projects that they're screaming at me to do, zero progress was made because I was doing other things that are necessary, and there's nobody else. So yeah, I don't think they realize that you can't just reduce manpower and get twice as much work done. Real world doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter what your balance sheet says.
Yeah, this is why I can never work for Corpo. I would get fired immediately for backtalk. I would give them the sass for days.
Well, the thing is that Corpo insulates itself against that type of thing. You wouldn't get fired for backtalk, most likely. And the reason is that they put multiple layers of middle management in between you and the people with firing power so that can't happen. That's like they know that they can't afford to constantly be firing people. Like the business would go deep into the red almost immediately if they were to fire me, because a whole bunch of things turn on my know-how and nothing else. So either they would have to uproot and transplant part of their operation elsewhere down to where I am to fill in until they can find a permanent replacement, or they're just going to lose a bunch of customers because nobody but me knows how to placate their needs. And then, everything will go horribly, horribly pear-shaped. They know that this is the case for most people in positions like mine. They need them, and they're unhappy all the time, but they can't. They don't want an excuse to fire them any more than they want that person to leave voluntarily. So they ensure that they just aren't presented with that. So all of your ranting and raving will bounce off somebody lower down the chain who won't pass that on to the higher ups. They're there to insulate the higher ups from hearing things that make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would not care about that person would go around them. this is how I would get fired immediately. I would not care about anybody else on the chain. I would
You
take
would
it.
have to fly. You would have to literally fly across the country to do it.
It it that sounds awful. Every part of that sounds awful. If I can't go tell somebody off, then they don't deserve to be in charge of me.
That's basically the way that it works in any business bigger than about 4 people. Anyway,
Sounds terrible.
Anyway, it sucks, and most of the money in the world is tied up in this process. Like the whole thing is horribly inefficient. This, do you know how hard it is for me to just create a purchase order? Like I know you whinge about your customers' purchase orders all the time, but it's actually really, really hard to get one made in a company bigger than a very small one, because there are like a massive chain of people involved in signing it off, and most of them have no idea about the contents, but have to justify their existence by pretending to. So it's very, very difficult, and heaven forbid you should need to make an alteration on a purchase order because of a mistake or a change in spec. Like actually intercepting it before it makes it out into the world once the chain has started is almost impossible since its inertia is so high. Like when creating a purchase order may be difficult, but once the ball is rolling, stopping it is even more difficult.
Oh yeah, the once the PO has got out the door, especially, I have had so many customers that sound incredibly relieved when I give them a call when I notice an error on the purchase order, and I'm like, "Hey, you make quantity 2 here, right?" Like was on the quote. He's like, "Yeah, hang on, you need me to get you a new PO?" And I'm like, "Tell you what, we'll do this. I'll make a quick note on the order acknowledgement and send that to you about the correction, and just say you verified it there, and you guys ain't gotta jump through." Like, oh, it'll be like, "Oh, thank you so much."
The most common thing to happen if you need to make a purchase order is that accounts payable will just tell you you can't, and then you'll say why, and it's because that would mean I would have to do some work.
Yeah, I am.
That's literally all that there is to it. It's like they don't want to do any work. They
Yeah.
just want to rubber stamp it. And once it's out the door, if you want to change it, then they have to do that manually. They can't just, keep clicking okay, okay, okay for 8 hours and then go home.
Yeah, I thankfully I am accounts payable and accounts receivable, and customer support and head of sales, and engineering and everything else at the company. So, if something needs a bit of a special touch, I can provide that for the customer.
What's a possum head off?
Uh, Watching TikTok in the break room.
Is it really a break room if you spend more time in there than in the office?
Well, it's his man cave den because it's at his house, and he just kind of lives in there and naps and watches TikTok while I'm sitting there on the phone with customers all day.
He doesn't see anything incongruous about this.
No, but he sure likes to throw a wobbler about how things are going. I'm like, you do know I'm doing this by myself, right?
I mean, what is he insecure about? His understanding of what's going on must be incredibly limited to begin with, and he's headed for retirement anyways.
Yeah. Well, he's already taking retirement. He
I mean, he was already gonna bankrupt the business as it was. Like, how is now even any worse than that?
business has slowed down quite a bit in terms of sale output. I've got competing companies that are being a pain in the butt. I I'll have replacement pumps sold that for systems that are 15 years old, and a few repair companies are coming in and saying, "No, we could totally fix that." And I'm starting a feud with a few of those. And we've had just minor issues like that all since the beginning of the year. January actually wasn't that bad. This month has been bad though for
Any pump that's
sales.
older than a decade. To fix it means to overhaul every single component part of it.
Yeah, when
So you might as well get a replacement.
if you have to go as far as to order a new motor power cable assembly and replace the entire top half of the pump, just buy a new pump. Like your normal pump, it might be $1,300 of the type, this particular type. Power cable assembly and the motor cover assembly are going to cost you like $600. Buy a new pump.
And you're only going to extend the life by about 20% of the whole unit's life if you do anyway. Because if all that stuff has failed, then everything else is not far behind.
Yeah, I should let me. I got it around here somewhere. It's in Discord because I use Discord to move pictures of and files between my phone and my what you call it, my PC. Yeah, keep going. I'll find a picture of one of the pumps. That it was just the thing was liquid.
Anyway, so the processing laboratory's chiller the motherboard is completely burned out, and the refrigeration engineers don't know if anybody still carries one of that age, since that particular chiller cabinet is like a decade old. And so sourcing replacement parts is going to be, and I'm like, you know what? I just needed to be able to hold a temperature set point, man. I don't care about the motherboard. Just put a thermostat in there to make it stay at 4 degrees forever, and we'll be okay. All right, all right. But yeah, so hopefully I can get that done without too much difficulty. I don't really need a whole bunch of fancy controls and stuff. Like, I know that generally speaking, when you've got chiller cabinets that have to be operating all the time, you kind of want to have an auto defrost cycle, but realistically, this thing is going to be at the end of its life anyway. So if I can get a simplified version that will just keep it running, that'll be fine. It's probably down to its salvage cost by now anyway. I'm pretty sure it's depreciated away into oblivion. So, but it's like that with a lot of things. Once a repair job hits about 40 to 50% of the cost of getting a new one, just get a new one. It's not going to work for much longer anyway, even if you fix it. It's just a waste of everybody's time. Fortunately, this particular one is not as mission critical as some of our other stuff. So, but yeah, that's basically been my week. Chaos management. Everything is going wrong. I've got a whole bunch of things that are really, really important that need to be done as part of my regular work, but everything in the universe is conspiring to prevent me from working on it. Plus, it's my least favorite thing. No, second least favorite thing. My least favorite thing is audits. My second least favorite thing is performance review season. Because frankly, I just don't like dealing with that type of thing. Especially considering Zoomers don't understand how to take criticism. Like, they don't even perceive it. They've been raised in the environment where they are flawless angels that can do no wrong, and they're always correct. So you can't really meaningfully offer anything they'll take on board. They just won't even understand. Man, the upcoming generation is, as the kids like to say, totally cooked. They're just completely incapable of doing anything.
I have noticed this. A bunch of these.
Like,
It's that time of a generational bring up for that generation to start entering the workforce, and I get to a job site and I'll see younger people there, and I'll be just like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I wish that the legislative bodies hadn't indulged them so much. Like, I never until I started having to employ Zoomers, because the alternative is immigrants, and most of them don't have anything to bring to the table. Like, Zoomers may have their issues, but at least there are good Zoomers. Like, most of the time, the immigrants think that I care about their bachelor's degree from some university I've never heard of in India or Sri Lanka or the Philippines or whatever. It's like, no. Are you actually able to work with other people? There's like no evidence of this in your work history. Okay. Because I need people who can work in a team, and these people really can't. The people that I talk to in the hiring process, they either think that they should be running the show, or they think that they'll be able to make themselves an island and never speak to anybody.
Yeah,
It's like, no, neither of these things are true.
if somebody, here's the soup pump. I'll get pictures like this on the reg. This is from the 10th of this month, and somebody's like, "I need repair parts for that." Like, my dude,
How do you know that? How did you realize it was even a pump?
like that's supposed to be blue. That is not goop on the pump. The pump has corroded to that point. The metal has actually worn down.
What are they hoping to manage to accomplish here?
I don't know.
How did it manage to stay working long enough to get that bad?
That is a thing about wild pumps. They will work until they literally corrode down to goop. But oh boy, what are you trying to fix?
That wasn't a sponsored advertisement, by the way.
Oh no, it's a sponsored advert by Wild Pumps. You can buy it from CL Barn Associates. Just send me an email if you're in the Southeast. I will happily sell you an overpriced pump. We are expensive, but it will work until your pump looks like that.
It looks like the guy at the kebab store left the meat on too high a heat for too long.
Yep. That's what they do. How he planned to fix this thing? I'm like, you can't even see the bolts.
I'll just go 5 minutes with the wire brush. It'll be fine.
This ain't Into the Radius. You can't just bust the toothbrush out and scrub it down for a minute and suddenly it works fine. The bolts are melted from whatever corrosive nonsense they had going in that tank. Just buy another one and tell me to make it stainless steel or put extra epoxy this time.
Or perhaps service it ever.
Yeah, that might help too.
Can you get any middleman fees from signing people to service contracts?
Oh yeah, do it all the time. On-site mechanical owes me a very nice gift basket from how much money I've kicked their way from extra jobs.
Anyway, yeah, so that sucked balls. Moving on. Blue Archive. This week was there's a new Shanhaijing event. This one was the sort of like the sort of a follow on from the Black Tortoise Promenade event. But basically it was a exchange summit between Red Winter and Shanhaijing. So amongst the districts of Kivoto, Shanhaijing is the biggest shitfest by far. Like part of that is simply because you don't have a very high resolution image of Gehenna. Like Gehenna is just like the chaos contingent, but Shanhaijing is a mess. Like the entirety of the district is like a disastrous and confusing mess of basically borderline criminal enterprises vying for supremacy. Although it's a bit of a uncharitable way of putting it, but essentially that everybody is very preoccupied with upholding tradition, but everybody has a totally different idea about the best way of doing this, and their way of solving this usually involves armed conflict, and it's a lot less light-hearted than the type of armed conflict you tend to find in other parts of Kivotos. It's more sort of, this is armed conflict, so we can subdue you and seal you in a dark cell for the rest of your mortal existence, type of thing. Like they are very mean about it compared to a lot of the other districts.
They're saying the Problem Solver 78 theme or 68 theme does not play in the middle of their conflicts.
No, Like the, for instance, the sort of pseudo leading lady of this particular story is probably Kisaki, who is Kisaki is sort of she plays a similar role in Shanhai Jing that Hina does in Gehenna, except that she has almost zero physical and martial ability. She just manages everything with political machinations. So she occupies a position like Hina in terms of being the sort of the center locus of power, but acts more like Nagisa in terms of orchestrating things rather than just doing them. The problem is that she doesn't have because she doesn't have the martial power to bring people into line by force. She's pretty much hamstrung by her position, and the reason why she has no martial power is because she was basically poisoned to the brink of death by a rival who I believe to be one of the 7 prisoners. And this has basically like she's one of the midget characters, so she's of the same sort of stature as Hina and the pink-haired one. What's her name? The sleepy one.
Hoshino?
Hoshino. She's of the same sort of stature, except unlike them, she's not an absolute tank. She's incredibly fragile. In fact, she can only move for a few hours per day because she's basically being barely kept alive by the Eastern Alchemy Club. And that's because she was poisoned to the brink of death, so her growth has been stunted, her physical ability has been stunted. She's pretty much, permanently at death's door. And this was just as a result of political disagreement, basically. So they're way more mean-spirited. Contrasting with that, it was sort of interesting that they decided to pair them with Red Winter in the story. Basically because Red Winter are their Bizarro counterpart, in that they have the same sort of conflict, but it's all comedy. Like the shtick at Red Winter is that there is at least 1 to 2 coups every week, and somehow Chirino always gets reinstated as supreme leader.
Littlest mustache.
And yeah, so this actually brought about an interesting contrast. Like Kisaki, because of her reduced state, has a very fatalistic view of her leadership of Shanhai Jing. Like, she is absolutely committed to it and will go to her grave for it, but she doesn't really see herself as having a lot of power because her experience of reality is that she barely has enough power to walk a lot of the time. But Chirino is the exact opposite, who thinks that basically flexing her authority is the reason for her existence, pretty much. So the basically Chirino ends up being a rather heroic figure in the story, ironically, and the Red Winter characters generally do. Even like the reliably idiotic Marina manages to have her moment in the sun, simply because the Red Winter students are largely too sort of
Special.
They're basically too uncomplicated to worry about the sorts of things that Kisaki worries about, and so Kisaki's so lost in her own head that she needs Chirino to pull her out of it, basically. Which is that you've got all these competing factions. They're staging their coups here, but a coup is like a weekly thing in Red Winter. You simply put it down with power. You have the authority. You're the leader. You do what you want because you want to do it, and basically that ends up being the solution. At least the short-term solution here is that they need to bring some of the Red Winter sensibility to Shanhai Jing. But this is also the major point of contention, in that the rival factions in Shanhai Jing hate Kisaki because she allows external cultural influence, even in a very, very limited amount. But yeah, that's what the way that story is going. But they make this story very clear that this is a prologue. Whether it's a prologue to like a main chapter about Shanhai Jing, or whether it's another series of events that will branch off of it, I'm not sure. But yeah, they make it pretty clear that this is going to be a major nexus of conflict for the story going forward because of the involvement of Shitani Kai, the newest, no, the second newest introduction to the Seven Prisoners, because they introduced one in Arius's story as well, but that one is just a meathead. She's like the original leader of the Helmet Gang.
I see. I posted
And
I posted a picture of Chihiro, who I like. I have a
Chirino.
what you call it?
Chihiro's the hacker. Chirino is the
Yeah,
littlest communist.
yeah, littlest communist. Like she's one of the girls I got attached to the most, so I'm glad she's getting some time in the spotlight because in a pre-Mika world, um, if there was something weak to heavy that had more than one target on the field, having her on your account made things you were able to do stuff much sooner.
I still don't have her.
Still don't have littlest mustache.
No, I've never pulled her. She's never come out. I've got like, I think I've got probably something like 2/3 or 3/4 of the other units in the game, but I've never, including limiteds, but I've never pulled Chirino, and Chirino's like not limited. She's on every single banner, but I've never pulled Chirino before. I don't really even have a good substitute for her, as far as sort of just clearing the field goes, which is why I have so much trouble with Hod.
Yeah.
Or is it Chesed? I can't remember which one.
It's
the
one
which is
one of the
mod
robot
phase.
ones she's invaluable in.
Yeah. No, I don't really even have a substitute for her. I do have her Hot Springs version, which is terrible, though it still sees some use occasionally, since it seems to annoyingly often end up having a bonus to event drops. But
It's got a milk mustache, I think, doesn't it?
well, they all have mustaches.
Well,
I think her having a milk mustache is something that's discussed in the event, but it's not actually part of.
Okay, it is a separate CG for her milk mustache. It has a normal mustache otherwise.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it was a fun little story, and it's a little bit more somber than some of the others, because most of the stories are very, very light-hearted, but you know, this one, that's why it's got sort of a different tone of being an introduction to a broader story, because like Kisaki is a very popular amongst the petite waifus, being that she's basically a sort of a more aloof and dignified type of character than most of the others, but it's a lot of this revolves around her sort of combination of capacity as a leader, but incapacity as an individual in Kivotos, because she's one of the few students who is almost as frail as Sensei is easily put down, and is basically surrounded by people who want to undermine her and poison her. And basically the only person she can really trust is her immediate bodyguard, and her immediate bodyguard is... she's about Aru level of insight and competence. She's got significant martial ability, but where Aru sees herself as a sort of a grand villain in the making, Mina, Kisaki's bodyguard, is obsessed with detective noir, and sees herself as sort of like a protagonist in that type of film.
I see.
And is always concerned about how she appears in terms of like, did that look cool? Did I say that in a cool enough way? Type of thing. She's incredibly devoted to Kisaki, but also just an idiot. Still, like Aru though, she does have the martial ability to back it up in combat. The problem is that she's just kind of retarded. But yeah, so it was a fun little event story. I basically just play the game for the stories these days. I can't really be bothered trying to push into the meta, and that it requires too much molding. And I've reached a sort of a dead end in PvP. Like, my best ranking for the season has been like 3rd or 4th on the ladder. I haven't even managed to climb any higher than that. Most of the time though, I'm stuck around 50th, because there's just too much RNG in the current season. The climate, basically, the current climate favors swimsuit. What's her name?
Hanako.
Hanako. Yeah, it's favors swimsuit Hanako too much, in the sense that the too much of the fight will be decided based on who gets to use her EX skill first, and so you really can't strategize it. I've seen people try and discuss strategy for this current season of PvP in Blue Archive, but it always comes down to but the RNG factor once you're in the sort of the top 100 is like accounts for about 80 to 90% of the outcome, and you really can't massage it much further than that. So yeah, and I haven't competed in Final Restrictions release at all. So yeah, I just do the minimum these days. I still have an enormous well of pyroxene to pull from, which is good because there's a couple of other key characters coming down the line. I got Battle Hoshino, and I got Shiroko Terra, who've Battle Hoshino. I haven't been able to really work out exactly what makes her powerful. Her numbers seem to come out really high every time I use her. She's the first character who has two versions. Like you can switch during team formation between tank version, which is a very good tank, and DPS version, which is a very good AoE DPS. Shiroko Terra, on the other hand, is basically will more or less take care of herself and just put out constant damage auto attacker, sort of like a mystic type Serica on steroids. Like she just shoots things and makes the health go down. Except she does it really, really, really effectively. But
She does damage hose.
Yeah, she's just a damage output against one target. So she's really good for single target bosses that are weak versus Mystic or type agnostic, but not really much good for many other things as far as I can tell. She's also really good at she's really durable for a damage dealer as well. Like she's basically got the she can sort of, but not quite. I think she can sort of like take lethal damage and stand up once type of thing. But yeah, there's a few other powerful ones coming down the line shortly. Not as splashy as those two, but still sort of important. Particularly the idol units in the upcoming idol event are quite useful, and they're also students that I quite like, so I kind of want to pull them as well. Like the idol Sakurako. I really like Sakurako. Like she's clearly like just a fish out of water no matter where she is. And for her to get drafted into being an idol is particularly amusing to me, so I'll probably pull for her. As well as a few others that are coming out around the same time that are particularly effective, especially for fleshing out the purple damage type. Anyway, that's that. It's not really moving anywhere in particular at the moment. Since the last major story arc came to an end, I'm not really sure what the time scale is about the next one beginning or where it will even go. So, yeah, just sort of in a holding pattern there. But it's not one that I have to invest a lot of time in. It's not quite as lean as Pinecone as far as doing your dailies is concerned, but it's pretty lean. And since I changed my phone, the loading times are a little bit better. Still pretty long, though. It's not the most efficient game in the world, I have to say.
Yeah, that's my that honestly was a huge reason I put it. I don't upgrade my phone very often. I only have a phone because occasionally I need to call people and I need an iPhone for work. But the fact that the game took forever to load on my phone and always took forever to load was a big reason it was one of the first ones on the chopping block. Also, Reese's Puffs.
I didn't get any pulls. I didn't get any purple pulls on the free pulls. Not one. Not even one. In fact, most of them were the lowest roll you could get. I did not get Reese's Puffs. I did not get anything. It was frustrating.
I am tempted to say that she is going to be the most meta character because everybody's written her off because she's supposedly not very good. However, memes.
Well, the thing is that nobody really writes off characters in Blue Archive unless they're like several years old, because it's normally they will release, and it's like it's sort of a bit like what Hoyo does, except it feels more reactive than proactive. They will always release a character who doesn't seem that useful before the boss comes out that actually uses them.
I see.
It doesn't seem as cynical as Hoyo, since there's usually quite a large time gap before they realize, oh, actually this didn't work all that well. Like there's one coming up shortly that is a really, really powerful dot character, and dot characters are basically pointless most of the time, except that there's also a boss coming down the line sometime afterward that will benefit a great deal from having a dot character in your team. But yeah, also there's sort of a lot of uncertainty floating around in terms of pulling strategy. Due to the fact that they announced that they're going to contract the 6-month time gap between the main Asian server and the global servers. If we're going down to 3 months, then all of the pyroxene that you normally earn in there has to go somewhere. Either they will divvy it up, or they'll decide that it's fair that they don't do it at all because everybody's in the same boat, type of thing. I don't know what they'll do. The banners are going to be real short and the events are going to be shorter, so it's liable to be a bit busy as they do the contraction. So I'm not really sure what's going on. It is a good time for them to do a contraction though, because the content cadence has slowed down a bit, and it's probably going to stay slow until they find their feet again after their corporate espionage debacle went down. But yeah, generally, it looks to me like things haven't changed all that much on the main server, in the sense that they seem to be sort of finding their feet again. The big question on everybody's mind though is, can they do another magnum opus of the scale of Eden Treaty through to the final chapter? Because that was a really incredibly well put together story, and everybody's wondering if they can even repeat it. And so this is the sort of thing that you always have when a game does an incredible plot line. It's like, well, how are they going to top this? How are they even going to live up to this? And oftentimes you end up with something like Dawntrail, or something like, the end of Natlan, or something where they've just we just dropped the ball,
Well,
big time.
Natlan was dropping the ball. Dawntrail was something special.
Dawntrail is something I don't like to think about very much.
That was a faceplant of teeth-shattering proportions.
Part of me would be happier if if the FF14 team just dug their heels in and said, no, we think it was really good and this is going to be our direction going forward.
Yeah,
because then I could just like, okay, so that era of my life is over. I can write it off and move on.
But they don't seem to know what happened, or something, a complacency. But there's still the possibility they could learn from it, leaving that hanging bit over your head.
It just makes me resent wokery even more, because the reason they don't understand what went wrong is wokery, fundamentally. I think that they would have been able to home in on the answer way faster if there wasn't the toxic positivity coming out of the West, which is entirely about wokery.
Well,
like if that sort of yoke, if that millstone wasn't hung around the neck of the West generally, that they have to be terrified of what they say in case it offends somebody who's got a yen to chop their ghoulies off or whatever. If that burden wasn't there, there would be just a lot more clearer thinking about writing generally.
yeah, the Final Fantasy 14 is really bad for it anyway, because the impression I have got is the woke contingent of Western players in Final Fantasy 14 makes up a significantly larger portion of the population than any other MMO I've played, and part of that is because of the age and when the game has reached its peak, and part of that is just because I don't know why, but the game seems to cater to it.
I don't really think it's about. A lot of the time, it's not necessarily about deliberate catering. It's just like, well, a critical mass was achieved in this location, and a sufficient portion of the game is friendlier to people who are crap. I think that that's basically it. Like in the days of yore, like all of World of Warcraft Classic through to the end of Burning Crusade, if you were just absolute dog shite at the game, there wasn't a huge amount for you to do beyond a certain point. Like it was pretty much you go and ERP in the freaking Goldshire Tavern, and that's the only thing that's left for you to do.
Yeah.
There wasn't such a plethora of activities that required you to have zero ability to string two coherent gaming related thoughts together. So if you weren't, playing the game, there's not really anything for you to do in World of Warcraft. So it didn't cultivate the same degree of, constantly tuning out types of cultures in that game. Whereas Final Fantasy XIV had space for those people because they had things like housing, they had things like the Gold Saucer, they had just sort of like a generally richer community of people who were just hanging out in the game. And in addition, the game had a much stronger focus on story generally, which was carried throughout, and pretty much none of that content was remotely challenging to participate in after a certain point. Like the only story challenge that really gave me pause was probably Chrysalis, because Chrysalis is so easy to screw up. That took me a long time to get through successfully, but generally speaking, I think it's just that the game is non-judgmental, and being judged is what those people hate the most. They don't like people to have opinions that disagree with theirs.
The
Whereas the game doesn't tell you anything about what you should be doing. World of Warcraft very much tells you what you should be doing. What you should be doing is raiding.
yeah, the reason it jumped out to me is because of the farms thread. Um they have 2 points of data that show just how bad that contingent has taken over a ginormous section of the Final Fantasy XIV player base. The first data point is the raw amount of extra media posts about it, and just how much of the community is dedicated to uh, Turbo Goonin, is the best way to put it. And the second is the cosmetic mod that lets you install mods. Added a feature apparently since we quit playing, that lets you download the of a light version of the mods other players have installed. And there have been some investigations of Limsa in housing districts, etc., by certain contingent in the farms. And the amount of people that have a mod installed is insane. And they are not at all safe for work. Like, you walk around Limsa, fully a third of those people have a mod installed.
Well, I mean that's more or less what I expect from Limsa.
Like, it is at least a third of the people in Limsa are turbo gunners. Like, people who
I feel like that is sort of like a broader number one, that type of thing is, this is end of civilization behavior, right? Like empires fall when the population starts to crest that hill. But secondly, I don't think it's sustainable. Like I think that this about modern culture generally. Like I don't think that I think that the modern world as it is today is its expiry date is already stamped, and it's all going to be gone. We won't live to see it, but it's all going to be gone. None of it will survive, and we're near the end of this arc.
it's
But
so,
I guess I just don't really comprehend how people can live with themselves like that. Like being the Guna is basically a self humiliation ritual.
It's
And I guess if you have got lots of other people who are also humiliating themselves around them, then you know they feel less terrible about their existence. But it's still very mystifying to me why you would want to be a part of that sort of outrageously self-destructive way of living.
There was a very interesting part of the data though that he found. The dude that was doing the investigating. Uh, People that have like glamours that use the normal swimsuit pieces, kind of like I do on like my old Dragoon set that had the summer sunset top but regular pants, or even people in just the regular some of those swimsuits when they're out don't have any mods installed. So all the stuff that gets stereotyped by people that don't touch mods, those people are actually not turbo gooners.
I use those pieces a lot. Largely, I use the bottoms though because there are a lot of really long chest pieces which are meant to cover the bottom half as well that look really weird if you have anything other than very brief leg pieces on.
Yeah, other than briefs.
Yeah, like there are certain outfits that just don't look right if you've got spats on underneath or something.
Yeah, but it's funny. He was like, I expected everybody in swimsuit pieces in the capital to be the worst, but no, they far and away are the people with the least amount of mods or no mods installed for cosmetic junk.
Well, it's because for them it's a bit of a lark. Like using those things as sort of like that sort of a mildly titillating eroticism. It's not Guna territory.
Yeah, like
Like the Guna territory is where they usually use like um you know gray bronze crafted stuff and low level leather gear and low level cloth gear, and then they mod the appearances of those
yeah,
because they can get huge amounts of them very easily, and all different ones are easily craftable type of thing. Rather than using very, very limited items that are hard to get and have a certain amount of prestige associated with them because they mean you've been playing a long time in a lot of cases. There's a different thing attached to that, different ethos attached to that. Like using the swimsuit gear, like that's like, oh well, number one, this means you were playing back when that was an event. For a lot of I don't know what it's like these days, but a lot of them were very unavailable for a long time after they debuted.
hmm
So actually having them was like, oh no, this is really important because these pieces will be useful for constructing outfits, and we don't know when they're going to be back. And they did in fact disappear for a long time. Um, but also, if you are the sort of person who thinks that a bikini is kind of racy, like I mean, I guess I'm in that category to some extent, since I'm not a gooner. Like, then that means that you're not really in that. You're not really in that category. Like, you're not in their world where that's so banal that they aren't even going to notice it. It's like, and until you are, you know, the leather guy with the dog mask in the Pride Parade, you don't even notice anything as racy.
yeah. It just was a very interesting little bit of investigation that went on for about 3 pages in the Final Fantasy thread.
Yeah, it's not really that there's anything special about Final Fantasy. It's that Final Fantasy it just has the space for that type of thing, where World of Warcraft engine's a lot more limited. Humans barely look human, um, even after their best efforts. The game is oriented towards a gamish aesthetic rather than a living world aesthetic. And I mean, in some ways, it's sort of contraindicated by structure because World of Warcraft is a lot more seamless than Final Fantasy XIV is. But Final Fantasy XIV is much more willing to have places that don't serve gamified purposes. Whereas if World of Warcraft puts a location in and it's not named the Dark Moon Fair, then it's either a capital city or a quest hub.
Yeah,
But yeah, that was an interesting tangent. Um,
I
where
wanted to
was
hit on
I?
it before I forgot because I remember reading that and thinking it was incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I guess I just I don't really I don't really see Final Fantasy 14 as a venue for that type of expression, and I don't really think that most of the player base does. I think that it just so happens that the people who are like the Turbo Gooners, they know that their behavior is disgusting and shameful on some level. And so if they have found a place where they can get away with it because they can be insulated by hiding amongst a large enough group of other people who also think that way, they're going to defend it to the death.
Yeah, but
And
it also
the effort to
shows.
do so means that they're going to make way more noise than their confreres,
Yeah,
than everybody else contemporaneously playing the game.
yeah, it also means they're going to feel the need to be particularly loud because
The thing
they don't have
is
anywhere
that
else to go.
it's not just that though. They are still sharing the space with people who don't think like them, and they know that. When they defend something that is obviously bad, it is not because they think it is good. It is because they want to drive out the other people that object to it being bad. Because those people who think that it is bad and say so are judgmental people. And they don't want that. They want the game to be bad so that they can be the only people there. That's what it is. They aren't thinking about the fact that, oh, if the game is bad, then people won't play it and then the game will end of service. They're just thinking about getting rid of the people they don't like. That's what progressives are thinking about all the time. Like with Mao as the sort of like the cardinal example of what does a commie do? Well, they get rid of the old kind of person who doesn't suit the new world that they're trying to craft. And the new world that they're trying to craft, nobody's going to judge them for being a disgusting troon gooner. So they need to get rid of all those people. And how do they get rid of those people? Identify something that upsets those people, and then try and convince the devs that it's a good thing so those people leave. They have no interest in the well-being of the game qua the game. They have interest in the well-being of the game qua the space where they are not being judged by people who recognize them for what they are.
Yep. And also, the stereotypes are 100% correct for Final Fantasy races. Male Aura, male Rothgar. Not many female Rothgar exist, but they would probably fall in the bucket as well. And female Viera are the worst and make up the vast majority of the Gunnar contingent.
I see. It's sort of a little bit tragic that all of us people playing cat girls are now basically traditionalists
I mean,
by comparison.
we are the white bread of everything.
It's like this is the most orthodox approach to the cute anime girl that is able to be accomplished within the scope of this particular setting and culture. So we end up in the position of being, the trad cat girls.
Yep. I mean, there. Once upon a time, I saw discussions that would often have the sun and moon cats fighting with each other, but they seem to have come together in unity against all the other races now.
I feel bad for those guys who like naturally make their character who looks like Ardbert basically,
Mm-hmm.
because that's the way they play these games, and they just want to be a normal guy and swing a sword. That's all that they want. They're just surrounded by the sort of menagerie of perverts now.
Mm-hmm. Oh goodness. So yeah.
But yeah, we don't have the ability to do anything other than hold our breath in this regard. Don't know what's going to happen going forward. Don't know if they can find their feet again. I am very much looking. I don't think that I'm going to come back this expansion. I might. if there's like a radical turnaround and something really exciting happens, or Aristeel decides that it's worth engaging in, and therefore I've got somebody to play with again, then I might. But what I'm basically looking for is signals that they have written off the ways of thinking that led to Urklamart going forward into the next expansion.
Yeah, and you
And
won't.
those are basically going to be signals that are going to be driven by the last few patches of this expansion. It's like, what is the direction they're heading in? Have they sealed Wicklamat in her throne room, never to emerge again? Or are they going to make her one of the Scions? Like, what direction are we going, guys?
Yeah, the I'll be checking out the new exploration zone eventually, but I'll get to it more in my week. But there are just a lot of things on the docket right now that are higher up on the priority list than Final Fantasy XIV. And so while I plan to get around to it eventually, I mean, I got a litany of new VR games to go through. I've got the Trail series, Daybreak new game to go through. Wilds is coming out. There's a bunch of other smaller games on the horizon. Uh, like, there's just stuff I want to get to, and
Yeah,
uh,
the reality is that even things like the exploration zone, or if that's what you want to call it, I don't know what their formal name for it is. The that is something that even if it is a feature you enjoy, it's designed to be a part of a larger ecosystem, but the rest of the ecosystem is currently hostile. It's not like, even if you can find things to enjoy there, it's largely in service of facilitating a broader ecosystem. But if that broader ecosystem is unrewarding, then the amount of joy you can derive out of participation in a facet of it becomes reduced. And this applies to a lot of things in the game. And one of the few things that it doesn't apply to is Deep Dungeon, which is part of why that community in particular is so insular. And why, as far as I'm concerned, Deep Dungeon is basically the only hope spot for this expansion. If Aristeel tries it out and finds that it's worth participating in a real way, then maybe that will be a venue, and you and Fern and I can just ensconce ourselves in that hellhole and never come out again.
yeah,
But main reason that I have hope in that one is because it is so isolated, both systemically and story wise, from the rest of the game, that they may be able to preserve something there even in this expansion's environment.
yeah, the Deep Dungeon, everything from the Deep Dungeon community to gameplay of the Deep Dungeon to the story of the Deep Dungeons is all so segregated from the rest of the game that like, one of the top runners who I've actually talked to on in through his YouTube comments before. He's fairly accessible because the Deep Dungeon community is not a very big community. Uh, they uh, they don't do savage raiding. Like, a new patch came out with the Deep Dungeon in Walker, and he's just like, yeah, everybody's talking about that new savage raid. I don't give a crap because it's
I,
just so segregated.
I think that savage raiding is sort of moribund anyway. I don't think that the development team have come to terms with this, but I don't think that it actually has an audience in some sense. That's my gut feeling, is that the audience for it is eroding, for a number of reasons. Number one, the people who are really hardcore, they don't care about Savage, they care about Ultimate. And Savage is just a way of gearing for Ultimate, and their dissatisfaction with Savage is a function of their inability to leverage things to their satisfaction for the purposes of Ultimate. So they're out. The mid-core people often can't make it into Savage because of either the organizational requirements or because of the hostility of the Ultimate contingent, who are forced to occupy Savage against their will. And the low end, just they don't care. So I think that the people who play Savage, who want to only play Savage and never move above it, are actually a vanishingly small contingent. And catering to them is probably the worst strategy you could take as far as moving the game forward goes. Because so many of the people who are there either don't want to be there or don't want to be there under those conditions. Because they either don't like the fact they're being forced to do it when they want to be playing at a higher, more autistic tier of play, or they don't want TISM, they just want the challenge, but because everybody in there is there for the sake of the TISM of the level above, they can't find a home.
Well, the people that want the challenge, or the challenge, but not the autistic dance. The stuff in the game for that
I
is
don't.
not
I'm not
Savage
really
Tier.
thinking about. I'm not really thinking about the dance per se. I'm thinking about the you have the wrong class, therefore you can't get into the group
Yeah, that.
approach. Well, no, your pass is slightly too bad. You're going to slow down our gear farming, therefore you can't join the group.
Yeah, I've heard this more and more lately, and it's going to be a bit of personal bias because I've done these things, but people are much more willing to have a higher opinion of somebody that has, Once and Future Queen or Necromancer or Sword of the South, the Bajadools, and go, oh, that person knows what they're doing, over somebody that has the Ultimate title. Or for
Well,
Clarendon Ultimate.
you can buy ultimate titles once the game reaches a certain level, and when the toolkit is sufficiently developed, it becomes no more difficult than Savage. It's the sort of the week 1, week 2 clearing that is the really rewarding thing for those people who are into it. And it actually created a lot of like corollary dissatisfaction when Omega Protocol came out, and it was number one. It was a way worse ultimate than the Dragon Song one was, but number two, a lot of the people who tried to move into it were people who had come to Dragon Song late when the toolkit existed and really enjoyed it because there was room to enjoy it once the gameplay was totally mature and everybody knew what to do. And then when they tried, oh well, I really enjoyed the Dragon Song one. Let's get in on the bottom floor of this and progress for the next one. And the next one was just an absolute meat grinder, and they already weren't prepared for being a progression player. They were
Yeah.
only accustomed to being a player once it was already cleared, and so that created a huge haze of dissatisfaction beyond the already poor design of Omega Protocol. So, yeah, generally speaking, I feel like they need to really sit down and think hard about endgame, what is worth doing, what is not worth doing, the structure that it should take. There is actually not a good reason to just marry yourself to the ways it was done in the days of yore. World of Warcraft has made lots of changes over time to the way in-game is structured, some for good, some for ill, and there's a lot of discussion right now about, actually how useful is Mythic to most people anyway, because it seems like Mythic exists purely to facilitate the race to world first, and then they just nerf the crap out of it. Like, there's a lot of discussion in that vein. It's like, well, why not go back to the old model? And ultimately, there's a thing that always comes up every time this discussion is raised, is that actually Ulduar was the sweet spot. But yeah, there's no reason that Final Fantasy XIV has to stick to the same way of doing things indefinitely. I just think that they've got bigger problems on their hands right now than fine tuning their end game. They need to win back hearts and minds at this point.
Yeah, they have games got a lot of shoes. Before Dawntrail, we were preoccupied with things like the class balance and the homogenization that had overtaken a bunch of the classes. All that stuff is now secondary to you have a narrative that's dog crap.
Yeah, like their whole game is hung on the narrative. The narrative is the picture hook that keeps the whole game on the wall.
And
If you don't do that right, the picture falls off the wall and nobody sees it anymore.
yeah, we were hanging cattywampus with the narrative in the post patches for Endwalker, and the thing just fell off the wall and broke all over the ground with Dawntrail.
Like, I don't. Dawntrail is a freaking post patch. The post main scenario patch sequence. Like, the whole story of Dawntrail virtually could have been told as a series of follow up patches to Endwalker. The Zero story, the Zero story was bad, yeah. Like, there's lots of things you can criticize about it, but ultimately, it doesn't attach to anything before or after it, which is the most confusing thing about it to me. So, well, why didn't you develop this into a full expansion? Why instead have you just crammed this malformed story into this narrow space? It's not really a good fit, and as a result of it not being a good fit, the story doesn't have any room to breathe and just comes off as hackneyed. And instead of that, you have taken a 4-patch story about Woot Lamart and stretched it over an entire expansion to the point where it has massively outstayed its welcome.
Yeah, I am getting to a point. I already don't think they know where they're going. I don't think they had a clue what they were doing after Endwalker, and they had to decide on something because they were running out of time. But I'm starting to think things like Shadowbringers were an accident. And
I
they're
mean, I think that Shadowbringers involved a lot of deft use of existing things because they do plant a lot of sort of dangling hooks to grab onto later in various places. And provided that everybody knows what those hooks are capable of, like there are lots of sort of like issues with the story in Final Fantasy XIV broadly, but most of them are relatively small. The issue with Dawntrail is that you can sort of see this new sapling has been planted that just doesn't match anything around it. It's a totally alien organism. It's not part of the world. It's not part of the story. And I know, yes, they ended the previous arc. They have to start something new, yes. But this is like a sapling from an alien planet. This is not going to fit in with the rest of the ecosystem. It can't. Because it's a different type of thing. It's a different type of life form. It's not part of Final Fantasy XIV. It's part of somebody's self-insert fan fiction. But yeah, unless they can come to a position of recognition, and maybe they have, maybe they're just like, this is something we absolutely can't show weakness on this. If we want to abandon the way we do something previously, we have to do it quietly because we can't show that we made a mistake. If we show that we made a mistake, it will lose investor confidence no matter what we do going forward. So we have to pretend like we were always in control. Therefore, our rectification for this is going to be done in absolute secrecy, and until we can go loud with it, we are not going to breathe a word of doubt in what we did before. It's entirely possible that that is the current way of doing things because that makes its own type of corporate sense. But
it does, but
we can't know that.
yeah, it also feels like anytime I reach for that, it just feels like I'm feeling around for the copium
Hoping.
buffer. Yeah, like
Yeah. But the thing is that even though that's definitely copium, it is also probably what they're obliged to do.
yeah, it makes it impossible to know for surezies.
That's
And
why I'm constantly lamenting that we can't get any kind of verdict. Like, they haven't come out and said, no, we 100% stand behind what we did before. And if they did that, then I could just write the whole thing off. And that would also be showing confidence, but they haven't chosen that route.
yeah, I think
So
I do not.
that leaves the door open for the copium to blow in.
Yeah, I do not have a whole lot of confidence that they actually have a clue what they're doing at this point because I can go in the copium route and say you know they got to keep their investors happy, and I've gone through that thought loop a few times, but they've had enough time to course correct. I know Squeenix is traditionally slow, even for a Japanese company, to course correct when something goes wrong. But it's not sitting right how quiet they're being about it, and the degree of turn they're going to have to make after the disaster that was Dawntrail is going to be so giant to get me fully invested in the game again. I do not see it happening.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Like, I mean, that's sort of why I'm sort of keen to give up, so to speak. I'm keen for them to give me a concrete excuse to give up because I just don't want to wait and see. I want to know right now whether or not it's worth waiting for this, whether it's worth keeping that hope even open.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I I think I saw a post recently. Where was it? I don't know. But yeah, I remember seeing somebody posting something about um basically it being they about them having had a sort of a lengthy love affair with Final Fantasy 14, but it was just all broken all at once by Work Lamont, and that was just it. That it ended everything right there. The whole chapter of their life just ended by this one terrible character.
One terrible cat.
But yeah, I mean, this is sort of revealed another thing that I've begun to really deeply resent about the discourse as well. That's sort of related. There is a particular class in the commentariat who basically there's no way to have an opinion that they will accept other than their own, and the reason in this case for it is that if you were using Final Fantasy 14 as a touchstone, if you don't like something about it, let's say you don't like the story, you don't like Work Lamont, you think Work Lamont is a tumor on the lore of Final Fantasy 14, well, you're not allowed to actually have that opinion, because if you have that opinion, it proves that you're just copying the opinion of some online influencer. So your opinion is not worth anything. Therefore, you should not be listened to, because you're just parroting something somebody else says. And this is just like the automatic assumption. Every criticizing viewpoint is just parroting somebody's favorite influencer. It's not a real viewpoint. Nobody can actually, but the result is nobody can actually have that viewpoint because it will immediately be dismissed. And these are all the people. These are the same people who are always against the culture war stuff. They always like to make a big deal about how the culture war thing is it's all bullshit. There's nothing there. There's no incursion of woke into writing in video games or anything like that. That's all just silly crap. But it's like, no, actually, you just have an equivalent way of ruling out opinions that you disagree with, because you can write them off as just being boilerplate from some influencer. Yeah. So nobody can think for themselves. Nobody can arrive at an opinion themselves. It must be derived from somebody else, except you. You're special. Your opinion is the right one because you came to it by yourself. And everybody who agrees with you, they're not like that. They aren't just copying your opinion. They're all thinking for themselves just like I did. And this seems to be sort of like an incredibly common position in sort of like the middle tier of the video game commentariat. Like people like Michael Bell of Bellula, and that they think like this. They think that, it's just these people, they're parroting, Asmongold or something. I don't know. I don't know what Asmongold thinks about anything. But
I do not like any of the content creators for Final Fantasy. I especially, ever since Bellular started to poke at it, really have not liked him. And I don't have a particularly thought out reason for it. I just have had a visceral reaction to seeing any of his content that comes up in my feed and immediately skip it. Because it's just either garden variety headline repetition, or just the most pants on head retarded takes I've heard. And
I think his problem is basically he is a toweringly arrogant individual. He is incapable of genuinely accepting the fact that he can have a wrong take. Like, he's the sort of person who he will be happy to humbly admit that he was wrong if he's factually wrong about something, but he can't ever admit that his takes are bad. He just he's one of those opinions can't be wrong people, and because it's his opinion, it's somehow paramount. Like, there will be defenses for this point of view of him, but that's the gut feeling that I get of I've watched a lot of hours of his content historically, and that's what I've eventually come away with, is that he basically doesn't respect any opinions that don't agree with his. Yeah. He might make noises like he does, but ultimately he'll find some way of, like, offhandedly dismissing them through the back door as not thought out, or your culture war stuff or something. Like, the idea that there's actually, anything concrete to people's criticisms of something he thinks is good, or that they think something is valuable that he doesn't think is valuable. I've never seen him treat that seriously before. It's just his way or the highway.
Yeah, I do not like the the commentariat for Final Fantasy 14 at all. I don't like the MMO commentariat in general, or the influencer in air quotes space. So both the talking heads and the influencers drive me nuts. Like there's
Well, I think that the main reason to not like those people above everything else is that they don't actually have a different perspective from the people they criticize. Like they don't, like they are not different to you or me. They think that they are, and they have a bigger platform, but they're not. Their takes don't come from a more informed place. They don't actually have the inside line that they often claim they do.
yeah.
Like they might, sometimes they know people in the industry, but all that will give you is a tiny sliver of additional factual knowledge about what is currently going on at a studio somewhere. But that doesn't tell you anything about the quality of a product. It's just that they are just another person with a microphone. And sometimes, if they've been in the business a long time, they may have a little bit more perspective because of the number of things that they've played over the course of time. But, there's a lot of people who've played lots of video games in their lifetime. That's not rare. They're not special. They're not specially entitled to have their opinions be taken more seriously because they happen to have a larger audience. Having a larger audience only places on them a heavier burden of responsibility that most of them don't bother to take up, to not say silly bullcrap that everybody who doesn't bother to think for themselves is definitely going to take seriously. Because I mean, a lot of people take these viewpoints and tout them everywhere. Yeah, anybody can find an audience. Like freaking James Lindsay has an audience of diehard conservative boomers who genuinely think that.
Oh, he was the woke right idiot.
Right. Yeah, they genuinely think that like Oren McIntyre is trying to summon Zoroastrian demons. And then, like his number one tactic is the lol I troll you meme with the guy with the tears streaming down his face. But these people, they have dedicated followings who believe everything that they say. But basically, ultimately, that always devolves into them huffing their own farts.
I do not normally watch him anymore. Not since I played League of Legends way back in the day. But somebody linked me a video from not too many days ago from Fudgin' Video Game Donkey on this topic about how gamer
exists.
Yeah, that mofo got married somehow. Apparently,
wasn't he like a total spurge?
Yes.
Okay.
And probably the most autistic YouTuber I've ever seen. But he did a video in his usual donkey way talking about how gamer cred is at an all-time low.
What does gamer cred mean in this context?
You see, playing things like Glover on the N64 or Battletoads is worth like 75 cred per minute. But only reaching the top rank in Valorant and really grinding it out is worth maybe a whopping 42 gamer cred.
Well, yeah, I would say so, because basically everything that's been manufactured in the last 20 years has been total slop.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And it was just talking about how nobody... the takeaway can be a whole lot of things, but to me it came out as, man, none of the current gaming community or public-facing people have any gamer cred, man. They're just talking heads that think they know video games.
Well, the thing is, a lot of them used to. Not most of them didn't. We've got sort of a if you can't do, teach situation here, where a lot of them were never really able to accomplish anything particularly impressive in their career, so to speak, as gamers. And so they made their career talking about games instead because they were not good at them. And then that's definitely the case for a lot of them. But a lot of them, it's like, oh, well, they were players of, Game X back in the day. They may have, accomplished things. The world has moved on. Like, what you did back then has no bearing on what your opinions are about things now, in terms of like whether or not they are valuable, whether or not they are useful, whether or not they bring additional insight to the table that perspectives other people haven't considered. Most of them are just going to say the things that they think are popular. Like, I think with the ecosystem of people adopting the views of their favorite influencers or whatever, I think that's not a one-way street. That's a two-way street. Just as much, if not more, you're going to find people saying the things that get clicks, right? Whether that's because it's agreeable or disagreeable is that can vary depending on the venue and the content creator in question. But it's not like the content consumers are the only ones influenced by the content creators. The content creators are influenced by the algorithm, or how they know it will behave and how they know their listeners will react. Some people are more mercenarily concerned with how do I exploit the algorithm to get the best exposure. There are some people who have a large die-hard fan base. They're going to be more concerned with what is going to play well with my fans and keep them engaged with me personally because they agree with what I have to say. That is definitely going to be a calculus being done by a lot of people. There's not that many people ever hit the big time where they can just say what they want, and there's going to be enough people that will follow after them that it's not going to affect their livelihood or their career as a content creator.
In that vein, I also find that for Final Fantasy XIV especially, there are not very many, if any, content people producers period of any stripe, influencer, commentariat, etc., that fall in the bucket of the type of player that I am and enjoy the things I like to do. Like I've talked about how small the Deep Dungeon community is. Like I can interact with the biggest figures personally on YouTube comments whenever I want. It's because that community is so tiny, and the people that were doing the Baja duels are in Baja, and I was regularly talking to them in the chat, and that makes up the entirety of the community for that. There is no greater community for those. That's it. We are such a small group. So the opinions of the general commentariat, because the things that I enjoy in the game are so divorced from the rest of the experience, I don't get any value from the Final Fantasy commentariat or the influence or in any of that. It's all just white noise and useless to me.
The tragedy is that those people will end up sort of proxy gatekeeping people out of Deep Dungeons if they don't like Deep Dungeons, for instance, right? There are going to be people who might have liked them who will never find out because somebody who is not part of that community, who's never really taken them seriously and just doesn't happen to like that type of gameplay, has gone and spouted about how it's bad. They've got important opinions everybody needs to know about game design, and they come down on the side that this is terrible, etc. And there's going to be a lot of people that take that seriously. It's not something that provides. It's not commentary that provides value to people who do like Deep Dungeons. They don't have, because they're not really involved in it. They don't have critiques of the design that actually matter to the refinement of it as a subgenre within the scope of the broader game. They just have normie takes, and an abundance of normie takes that their elevated position of having a larger audience, an audience that is perhaps larger than the entire community that are participating in Deep Dungeons. That audience, gives them the responsibility to air their opinions about game design so that the devs can hear it. So the devs know what to do and what not to do for this game mode that they don't participate in anything like a high level and don't really have anything meaningful to say about.
Yeah, the only worry I have is the people like that getting a loud enough voice that it fundamentally changes the next iteration of Deep Dungeon or things like the duels, because we don't. Those of us that enjoy them don't want them to change, and there isn't an equivalent for us to go to if they change it. So if they do, well, that's a good way to kill the game for me, I guess. And that's basically all these people can accomplish. Like,
yeah, when you're a tiny audience, you're always going to be at the victim of the masses' opinions. This is why democracy is a terrible idea, in my opinion. Is that it's always going to be mob rule in the end. Doesn't matter whether that's good or bad. It's going to be mob rule in the end. But there's also, even if you're willing to accept that, there's still not really any venue to be heard on the larger scale, because you've got the big ones actively saying that your opinion is unimportant because it doesn't match with them and they've got the big audience. It's like if that big audience are all non-participants, why does their opinion on the finer detail matter? Because I mean, they may have the big platforms, they may be saying all these things, but what they are manufacturing functionally is, to some extent, they are manufacturing consensus because they have an interplay between them and their community that are going to reinforce certain positions and disincentivize the holding of other positions mutually. It's not because their coverage is going to be associated by what is going to get them views, and the opinions of their audience are going to be influenced by what they consume. Like, I know I criticized before the position that nobody thinks for themselves, they just adopt the views of their favorite influencer because it's culture war bullshit or whatever. But ultimately, people are still going to be influenced by the data that they are exposed to. So they will often have the strongest opinions on topics that they know the least about, simply because they have to fill in the gaps on what they know with opinion. And they don't really have much choice about that. If there's one thing that society has got terribly, terribly wrong, it's the amount of weight that should be given to the individual's opinion. Like, I'm not a communist by any stretch of the imagination, but the individual is typically a retard. Like, individualism is not the way.
I always, when it comes to MMOs, and part of the reason I got so attached to things like the Deep Dungeon is because of how small the community was and how radically different everybody that was involved with it acts and talks about it. Like, there are about 4 major voices in the Deep Dungeon community that actually matter. You got Sig9, who is the most lukewarm of things, but takes a while to form his opinions on anything, and has the most overdone VTuber catgirl avatar I've ever seen in my life. Somebody with more money than sense. You got Angela Steeminus, who is the Asian autist, who, while everybody else was trying to get their voices out and talk about the new Deep Dungeon when it came out in Endwalker, was autistically grinding the Astrologian clear and wouldn't do any interviews until he got it. And then you've got Meiji, who writes the guides, and it is looking at things from a very, very mechanical level and how interesting they are. And then you have the guy that everybody knows is a dumb butt in Finn, and whose takes are always the worst. And the general people that follow each one, their names are fairly recognizable if you hang around on the Discords for things like Deep Dungeons. Because the community is so tiny. That's it. That's all you have. And these people don't have hundreds of thousands. They have maybe 10,000 people that are signed up, and maybe like 1,000 views per video. Something like that. That's not a big community.
This is something that I like about Hoyo's approach. It's like, and I don't know where Hoyo take their feedback from, but I think that they could do worse than taking feedback exclusively from their surveys. So they're in this position where they habitually and consistently ask for feedback and are actively giving the venue to give that feedback. Now, there are going to be some portion that you can probably, algorithmically isolate with enough effort that just click their way through to get, a few more or whatever. But there's also going to be that contingent of people who take them seriously, like we do, and give the best feedback we can on the things that are important to us. And, you've got a limited number of characters there. I know that there's a limited number of characters because I overcap the limit on the regular and have to edit down my responses, sometimes by about 50%. But in that particular venue, there's a couple of things at play. Number one, you're in a lot of cases you're kind of put on the spot. You don't necessarily know when they're coming, and you've got to you kind of want to do it before it goes away, or you forget about it or whatever. So you don't have you don't really have time. You don't really have time normally in your schedule to go and do research on what you're going to say or anything like that. So, because you're on the spot, you're naturally going to respond in a personal way to the things that you think are personally important or are personally on your mind about your game experience at the time. So, you're less likely to invest your time weighing in on somebody else's idea of fun. You're mainly going to be concerned with what do you want out of the game at this particular instance in time. Now, there are drawbacks to that approach as well, but it does prevent. There's going to be way fewer people who are invested in like replicating Braxophone's opinion on the power curve or something like that in a Ho-Yo game, because what percentage is there? Nobody's gonna think better of you for doing that. There's never any feedback on these. Reward doesn't change no matter what you say.
What's
Either
a
you write
Braxophone?
nothing. It's a random content creator in the Ho-Yo space that I picked. There's nothing special about him.
Okay, I had never heard the name before. I'm totally divorced from the greater Ho-Yo contention.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about him other than he makes YouTube videos about stuff to do with Star Rail and Genshin and such like. I don't watch him or anything like that. It's just a name I pulled out of the ether. But like nobody's going to invest themselves in replicating somebody else's position in that at that moment in time. So you're only going to be talking about the things that are important to you, and what's more, it's an entirely private activity. If you're going to take, say, content creators' opinions seriously, as a games developer, you need to be cognizant of the fact that they are not a private entity. They are saying this for an audience, and what they say is going to be influenced on by not their opinions, but the feedback they're going to get from their opinions. So it's more important to a content creator to be seen saying the thing that is going to get them engagement than it is for them to say the thing that they think will make the game better. Sometimes those things overlap. There is no necessary overlap. So just the personal survey approach eliminates a lot of those interfering factors to a large extent. So if you can filter the ones which are just filled in by people who don't give a toss, which is basically everybody who doesn't put anything in the extra comment section, like their opinions are probably not considered. They're just, box clicking exercises. But in that particular vein, we've seen the Ho-Yo games creeping forward in terms of QOL. They all have problems. There are none of them that don't have problems. But they're all sort of creeping forward, and the easy wins are ones that Ho-Yo is grabbing for and rapidly acting on. Things like, I don't want to have to refine my materials up through 2 ranks. If I can just take 3 times as many of the one below and refine it all at once, that would be more effective. And so they do that. It's an easy win. They can make people happy. It's clearly something that is on people's minds because they talk about it and they say, I want this. And so they can make the change. Broader things, well, sometimes we see things change, sometimes we don't. It sort of remains to be seen going forward, because I feel like over the course of the past 12 months, the Ho-Yo as a business has entered into a sort of a period of rapid opinion uptake and advancement. Like ever since basically ZZZ came out, they've entered into this phase of really taking feedback seriously and acting on it quickly.
Yeah.
Which is not something you see from most games and most games developers. So it remains to be seen what they can do about, broader concepts going forward. And I think that the biggest sort of blow struck for a change of direction will be when they act on their promise to do something about old characters being irrelevant in Star Rail. Because if they actually change old characters, that's a massive diversion from the current paradigm for gacha games generally and Ho-Yo games specifically.
Yeah, I do think they got to do something for most of the Ho-Yo games, especially
the purpose
Star Rail.
The purpose of me bringing this up is not to discuss the particulars of it, but rather that they have moved into a different, highly responsive frame of acting. And the only way you can do this safely is if you are in direct contact with the individuals who play the game, where if you take their feedback, their personal feedback that they create seriously. You can't get this to this position from a content creator. I mean, I've mentioned many times in the past that my impression, based on content creation alone, of whatchamacallit, Eureka Orthos, was that it was terrible, the worst deep dungeon ever put into the game. But it is by far the most enjoyable deep dungeon experience that I've had in Final Fantasy XIV. I would never be able to draw that conclusion based on content creation.
Yeah, it's why I brought up the small nature of the deep dungeon. We'll call it the deep dungeon community, although calling it thing the thing that is most of the discussion is done solo
The
community.
Deep Dungeon Autism Support Group.
Yeah, pretty much. The ones that are the public faces of it having such radically different opinions that were all different. Even Finn, who I really don't like, was telling to me that the general commentariat is just totally divorced from what I actually want from this game. And the people that actually enjoy the content I enjoy all have radically different opinions about it.
Yeah, so I think that that's very important for games companies to take feedback. If you don't take feedback, then you get things like, well, you would have had something like Assassin's Creed Shadows being released in its initial release form. And how would that have gone down?
I mean,
like there are official diplomatic complaints being lodged by the Japanese various factions within Japan, particularly associations to do with shrine preservation and certain factions within the government, complaining officially about Ubisoft as a government entity because, oh well, this is a game that is about vandalizing Japanese culture. Like there is basically no way to interpret this other than a form of racism. Like that's what it looks like at first blush. Now, if Ubi had just, released that, like realistically, I think they should just cancel the game and cut their losses and then try and reform their derelict company. But if they had just released it as expected, the whole thing would have been a disaster. They would have become radioactive to all their investors and the company would have gone under overnight. It would have been over for Ubisoft immediately, as opposed to this long, slow death they apparently want. So clearly, feedback is important, but the feedback should not be curated through a third party. It should be curated by the company directly from the gamers who play the game directly, not curated by a content creator who has a whole raft of additional unrelated concerns than the well-being of the game itself. Everybody who is complaining about the number of times they have to refine their ascension mats in Star Rail or whatever, like they are not concerned about the opinion of the community on that. They just want their game to be slightly less irritating. Like they announced yesterday, I think it was, that they are removing the pester box that appears in Divergent Universe when you try and claim your rewards for the week, but you have got full immersifiers. They're removing the extra click that prevents you from doing that if your immersifiers are full. Like, no content creator was discussing this as a critical issue for the game. Nobody cares about that in a content creation sense. However, everybody who is full on immersifiers cares about that because it's a nuisance. So yeah, that type of content that is about the immediate and actual concerns of the gamers, well, maybe they're not visionary things, maybe they're petty things. Maybe it is not going to give them, the next grand idea for the game moving forward, those types of feedback. Maybe, people like me who are butthurt that Ningguang isn't as strong as they want her to be are going to not going to get a lot of audience whinging about that non-stop. But when enough people say, man, I feel bad that my old characters, I just can't use them anymore, they've become so irrelevant. Like that vibe, that's sort of like at a primal level. That's a primal feeling that the player base has about Star Rail. It's like, oh man, I pulled Jingliu and it just feels like it's so hard to use her now. And unless I had gotten her to like E4 or something, I don't know what the optimal sweet spot is for Jingliu. And with her signature light cone, then I might be able to scrape through just barely now. But she just feels so irrelevant. I invested so much in her. She's my favorite character. How can you abandon my waifu like this, etc., etc. Like that type of feeling is just really something that exists primally within the player base. And honestly, it's something that is not of much concern to content creators. The content creators are interested in posting the next video that has character X is crazy and breaks the game. Here's how to break the game with character X. They want that thumbnail. That's what they're interested in. That's what gets the clicks. That's where the money's at. That's their concern. Their concern is about the next big thing. Their concern is actually not for retention, because they can always change their business strategy to another game.
Yeah, seen a whole lot of in the recommended tab next to the video. Lately, we're in all three Hoyo games, especially, are in the downtime cycle. So and so is dying. This is what's killing Genshin Impact. You know, the expected. But we're currently seem to be in the Doom post cycle.
Yeah, I mean, and I can understand that, because there's going to be on a quiet patch or at the tail end of a patch. Like 3.0 is at the tail end now, right? The next 3.1's coming out like next week, so there's not much to talk about in the content cycle right now for Star Rail. And Genshin has released a light patch, which is just an event, and there's not going to be much else happening in the meantime. It's going to be a lull patch, which is something that I actually relish when I'm trying to play 4 Gouches at once. A lull patch is like a godsend for me. But there's not going to be much to sort of stir the pot at those times, so those discussions come bubbling to the surface. But whether or not those are things that actually are the concern for the bulk of players is a bit questionable. Like, how many players of Genshin Impact have actually hit the content wall and have nothing to do? And I don't mean people who don't feel like doing anything that's currently in the game. I mean people who don't actually have anything to do in the current game. Because there are lots of times I don't feel like playing Genshin, and at those times I play a different game. But I have a huge amount of content to plow through still. There can't be that many people who are so engaged that they've just done everything, and that's just the way. So that's definitely going to be the.
If you've got to the point where you've done Aranara, it's painful. I do not recommend becoming that person.
But for the content creators, the content is done when it's no longer useful to them to generate revenue. It's not to do with how much content you've actually completed. It's about how interested people are in hearing you talk about it. And that's basically all that there is to it. So yeah, it's a very sort of toxic environment to the progress of a game if you take the content cycle as a direct reflection of reality, because then you end up like the Trump derangement syndrome people, right? They think that the mainstream media news cycle is actually a reflection of reality. This is a neurological error that is so deeply lodged in their consciousness that they can't winkle it out of there, and it distorts their view of the world, and they spend all their time angry and upset. They've never looked at the real world for 5 minutes because, well, they think that they already are. They just happen to think that way. But no, the content cycle has totally different concerns to reality. It is not concerned about true or false. It is concerned about clicks. So yeah, you can't afford to take your feedback in that way. And this is something that games developers have to wrestle with. They have to decide what is important for us to listen to and what is not. And I really don't think content creators are. Content creators are a useful marketing tool, but they are not a useful feedback tool, I don't think. Some content creators can give a voice, but if you were a content creator for a Hoyo game, the most beneficial thing you could probably do for the state of the game would be to encourage your audience, please use the surveys to let your opinions be known. Don't let my opinions be known. Let the opinions you think are important to you be known. Because like I said, I want to use my favorite character, but I can't because they suck balls now. That's a primal feeling that is really going to seriously affect retention to the game.
I wonder.
There's going to be a lot of people who deeply vertically invested in Blade who just cry tears of blood. Like, I feel so bad for Blade now. Like, you aren't connected to the Hoyo community, but I'm here to tell you that Blade damage screenshots are like an ongoing meme in the Star Rail community. Like, damage per screenshot. Like, people basically, they are sort of kind of de facto competing to stack as many buffs as they can on Blade, and then have him attack something and just then post a screenshot of how small the number is.
They're trying to see with how much the maximum amount of help, what the lowest number he can put out is.
Basically, yeah. And for Blade, that's pretty good. Like he's pretty. His damage is in trouble. Like really in trouble, badly in trouble. But like the poor guy's a meme. Like Blade damage screenshots are a standalone meme in their own right. But there's even like sort of like spins on some of his lines about him not being able to reach 300k or whatever. But
I wonder in Genshin what the how much the surveys played a role in Sharky. Because Sharky is one of the few things that's got post-release hotfixed. Like
I think that if you are a Sharky haver, you are going to be maximum re quite a lot of the time in those initial stages. So it's definitely going to be something that people had feelings about. And I think that content creators' feelings would have gone to the point of this character is bad because of X, Y, and Z, therefore don't pull them, or this character is good because of X, Y, and Z, therefore pull them. And that's basically the extent that you're going to get out of a lot of them. And that's not going to necessarily be reflective of the day-to-day experience of a Sharky haver, which is a different kettle of fish. This is not about their performance in Spiral Abyss. This is about whether or not they landed their hit on the target, or whether they go off into Narnia instead. That's a totally different issue, but it's something that's very close to the heart of a Sharky haver. It's something that will become like a visceral feeling. Oh no, not again.
It's like, oh, Ari, how did you get up on top of the pillar on Mualani? Sharky. He missed.
Like this is what I mean when I say it's visceral. This like you're not going to spin much content. Maybe you can make one 15-minute talk video about the position of older characters, and then people your watchers will click on that once, and then you'll never make a cent out of it ever again. But if people manage to nudge Hoyo into a serious paradigm shift towards, okay, we need a strategy to do something for people's favorite characters as they age out of the content cycle while also not impacting our revenue, well, you're going to have to think real hard about how you do that. It's going to be a lot of effort, and it's not effort that's really going to pay off much for a lot of the content creators. It's just going to be another factor they keep in mind in the same old videos. Oh, well, will Silver Wolf be buffed because that could change the meta? We need to mention that in the video, I guess, but that doesn't really change the nature of the video I make, type of thing. But yeah, I think that you're going to get those sorts of sort of like deep feeling level feedback from individual players that you can't get from content creators, because content creators just speak for themselves ultimately, and to some extent they form the opinions of their viewer bases, and to some extent their opinions are formed by their reactions. But if you want to know what people really think, you need to ask those people and then get them to actually tell you. And in an anonymous, individualized survey, people will sometimes be honest and come out and say what they want to say. Like I almost never get the things that I want from those surveys, but you know, I got less Bang Boo TV, and they promised to liven up some old characters in Star Rail, so I'm not betting zero here. There is enough groundswell for some of these things to happen. Don't know if I'm ever going to get my 5-star Ningguang, but you know, it's worth trying. I mean, my current sort of axe that I'm grinding in these is that I kind of want there to be a doubles mode for Imaginarium Theatre and Spiral Abyss, rather than it always being a singles mode, which depends on, you know, you having every relevant character. Because I think that if this becomes sort of like a doubles game, then there's a whole branch of additional people who can now feasibly compete, because the gaps that they have in the team they want to use can be filled by their friend. So
save the day,
or not, depending on how he feels.
I mean, he's probably going into Narnia. The fix did help, but he still really likes Narnia.
But yeah, like I don't know if I'm ever going to get there. I don't know if there's any demand for that. I like multiplayer, and they obviously have one eye on multiplayer since they have been emailing out that survey, which is an interesting strategy for them. I wondered when Serathis mentioned it what he was talking about, but then a few weeks later I got that survey as well. That the Genshin team were emailing individual accounts. This is a survey we want you to fill in on multiplayer, and don't provide this link to other people. This is not a general survey. We are targeting specific people in tranches to fill out rather than doing it via the game. There is no reward for doing this. This is only for people who want to fill out the survey for its own sake. Which is a very interesting strategy to take. I was a little bit bewildered by that, but I indulged them. But but yeah, so I think that that's a better way of taking feedback generally, and I kind of wish Final Fantasy XIV would do it, to be honest, because they need to hear what people actually want to say about it, as opposed to what they feel that they are allowed to say in public about it.
Yeah.
Because those two things in Final Fantasy XIV specifically have become very, very different. There is nobody who will judge you negatively for viciously ragging on Hoyo games other than other Hoyo game players. And there are so many of them on every side of every issue that nobody's really concerned about anybody else's opinion. In the case of Final Fantasy XIV, you're going to get dogpiled if you say the wrong thing.
Yeah. In 14, even with a private survey or asking the players individually, because there are not every player is involved with every aspect of the game. In Genshin, if you play Genshin, you're involved in the exploration and the combat and maybe even a little bit of the multiplayer. You probably touch at least all aspects of the game. And same thing in all the Hoyo games, because the games don't diversify enough unless you're ZZ minigames. That you're just not going to touch all of it. But in Final Fantasy, sending out those surveys, you would have to be very careful how you sent them out. Because players that don't have an opinion but think they have an opinion because they heard an influencer say something, I feel would be really high.
Well, I mean, you're never going to be able to eliminate that entirely. After all, it's a community you're dealing with to some extent. But you don't necessarily need to take the opinion of a person on the finer points of the story if they didn't play the story.
Yeah.
You don't need to listen to a person's opinions on the specifics of Savage if they don't participate in Savage.
Like I would not want them to send me an email about Savage or a survey about Savage, and you could do this very easily through in-game achievement tracking. But you could get my opinion on Deep Dungeon. I've got the solo titles. I probably have a clue what I'm talking about with it. I've got the Botched Duels titles. I can help you with those. Savage, I don't have a clue. I'm not the person you want the opinion from on that.
But it's a question of how do you word the question and what exactly are you seeking? Because you could ask me about Savage, and what I would be giving you would be, these are the reasons why I don't have time for Savage in my life. And I would give my opinion on that. I would not be able to answer any questions about the fine details of Savage balancing, or whether I think it's competitive enough, or whether I think the rewards are enough, or anything like that, unless those things were things that prevented me from participating. But, one look at my account and you would see I haven't participated in Savage ever. The last time I raided seriously was freaking Binding Coil of Bahamut. And then I just decided I didn't have time for that anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could ask that, provided that you were willing to crunch the data in a thorough enough way to work out who is just talking about somebody's opinions and who is talking from personal experience. And not everybody's interpretation of their personal experience is necessarily going to be right all the way down to a systematic level, but oftentimes what drives engagement is those gut feelings. Like the people who aren't participating in Memory of Chaos because they want to be a Blade main, like the problem there is the gut feeling that Blade can't compete. The problem is not that they don't know anything about Memory of Chaos because they haven't participated in Memory of Chaos since, 2.0 or whatever.
From the little bit of Blade I've seen, I think it's a bit more than a gut feeling that Blade can't compete. I think it's a literal fact of life.
Yeah, but what is keeping them from competing is not the fact that Blade can't compete, but the fact that they feel that there's no point because they wanted to play Blade and they tried and they failed. They haven't participated since because his numbers are too low, and they don't like the feeling that, well, the only way to participate in this game is to have the latest 4 characters to be released. And you can make a persuasive argument that this is too much of a burden. And this information has its use, and it's obviously had its use because they are taking it seriously to some extent. I will believe that they will act on it in a constructive way when I see it, and I sure hope that they do, because the amount of goodwill that they would gain out of successfully executing on a strategy like that is pretty incredible. Now, the Hoyo gaming community generally are incredibly ungrateful brats who don't realize that just because something doesn't exactly work for them or isn't exactly aimed at them doesn't mean that the Hoyo don't do any development work. It just means that they were working on something else. Sometimes that's the interpretation, but
They also seem to have a skewed idea of the time scale that things take on development, even if you're going at full steam ahead on some things.
yeah, there are a lot of people I saw who seemed to be honestly like just completely flabbergasted and confused that they announced all of those changes to the flow of story in Amphorius, but weren't actually going to implement them until 3.2. They just didn't understand.
Like, you can't just delete stuff for 3.1. You would have to delay 3.1 by like 5 weeks.
Yeah, Chinese game company content cadences, they're not going to allow that. There's too much instability introduced to the system. There may be a price to pay for that, but I mean, they obviously agree that it's worth doing. And some of the preview content that they showed on one of the developer videos about what they were doing in 3.1, and some of the completely pointlessly bullshit puzzles that they had put into 3.1 that they had earmarked for deletion, you can sort of understand why they've decided to adopt getting rid of some of those, because some of them are really silly.
Yeah.
Like the sort of like to the level of kind of like asking somebody to just walk across the room, press a switch, and then walk back to the door level of puzzle,
I
just
get,
to make you cross the room.
yeah, to be fair, I've got that impression from a lot of quote unquote puzzles in Star Rail in general. And I will not
Yeah, it just feels like padding.
I will not be sad to see any of them gone. Keep the substantive side puzzles, things like your goats. You can even keep the stupid little square overlay puzzles. Like those can be frustrating sometimes, but they're fine. And that they're as long as you keep them off to the side as content that's still in the game for me to go do at my own pace, cool. Just don't put a stupid trivial puzzle of go push the time button and then walk back and push the other time button to walk across the room. Please get rid of those.
There are some that I think are okay, like the ones where there's like obviously a very particular sequence of things that you need to do to arrange a particular path to a particular location, but also on reflection, nearly all of those were to get a precious chest.
Yeah, like all the
They
ones.
weren't to advance the plot.
Yeah, you could have gone around the ones that were really substantive in the in what's the freaking area called? The one that had the most of them.
Castrum Cribnos.
I nickname everything
Anyway.
and don't have a nickname for the new places in RL.
The Castle of Very Angry Gladiator People.
There you go.
But yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. I think the feedback is important, and I put probably more effort than most people into filling those things in. Although for me, it's not just about giving feedback; it's sort of cathartic. It's sort of like complaining to somebody who kind of has to care because it's their job to. But yeah. Anyway, moving on since it's still my week. Though we've covered quite a bit of ground, so I can shortcut certain other things. Star Rail is in the downswing towards 3.1. and the release of Tribi and Mighty, still sort of erring on the side of going to pull Tribi, but it's not a strong erring on the side of going to pull Tribi. I mean, it's a 5-star Harmony character. You can't go too far wrong with them. Even the worst one, allegedly worst one, Sparkle, is still incredibly good for certain comps.
I'm here to tell you, Sparkle is the reason I was able to do a whole bunch of events as I was leveling up my account.
But yeah, I'm still sort of leaning in the direction of Tribi, although I'm kind of mystified as to how you're supposed to build her, and I haven't given much thought to whether or not I'm going to pull for her signature light cone, because it's a very good signature light cone, but it seems more or less that your build strategy for her gear as a whole will be built around what type of light cone you want to use on her, whether you want to use her more as a general support or as a slow team support or what. Memory of Chaos, this cycle, I just barely squeaked out the 36th star. I was actually ready to write it off on the attempt that I was successful, but I thought I'd just keep pushing all the way to the end and then call it good there, even if it was 35 stars, because I'd been in there for a while, and just managed to squeak in. Nikador is not at all friendly to Fu Xuan as a tank, because Fu Xuan's entire sustain mechanic is based on the fact that she can restore 90% of her missing health every time her health crosses the 50% threshold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nikador's main mechanic is to debuff your max HP to 50%, meaning that Fu Xuan will constantly try and spam heal until she's got no charges left on her heal, because every time she takes damage, she's below 50%. Except that you can't heal above 50%, so you're permanently in healing mode until you've got no charges. So basically, she's non-functional as a sustain in that fight. Now, I had to wrestle my way to a conclusion by very, very carefully holding on to her energy until such time as I could heal effectively, which, has its own problems, since her ability to sustain a team depends on using her ult as often as possible. So it was basically a very, very difficult fight, since Ling Xiao was otherwise occupied on the other side. I'm not really sure that Ling Xiao would have been enough for that particular one anyway. It probably would not have worked so well. Probably would have made my my second half faster, but the first half a lot slower. So first half was I'd used Rapid Break, which has just been paying dividends cycle over cycle on all the in-game modes. Like, people dabbed on Rapper as the community was calling her Flopper when she came out, because everybody had decided she was going to be terrible and useless.
Every single Memory of Chaos that's come out, I think, since she came out, she has been integral to scoring well on it.
Yeah, like she does work. She does work.
Like, she just seems
There's no
correct.
two ways about it.
Like, as usual with the Hoyo community, do not listen to a word they have to say about how strong a character is.
Yeah, if they come up with a derogatory nickname, then almost certainly that character is going to be totally correct.
Yeah, like there were people poo-pooing Mualani's damage until she got out and in the ideal scenario, she is bananas. I mean, it is hard to get the ideal scenario because of Sharky, but it works.
Yeah, so I got through Memory of Chaos, but it was so close, so finely tuned, that this is probably going to be my last hurrah for a while until I'm back on the until I'm back on meta, I suppose. But I haven't decided what my strategy for that is. Probably, there's going to be a really rapid battery of releases where I'm going to want every character, and of course I'm not going to have the resources for every character, so I don't know exactly what my strategy is going to be going forward. It seems to me like Tribi will be enough to make Herta relatively relevant in most circumstances. The problem with Herta, of course, is that she has no way of weakness installing. So she's dependent on Ice Weakness being available for an endgame boss. And I think that they're probably going to try and force her to be used against a non-ice boss and therefore need an Axa in 5.2. But an Axa is an icky boy. So yeah, not really sure what I'm going to do there. I mean, I may be forced to pull an icky boy, but my my priority in that patch is going to be the much more attractive Castoris, who is just adorable, and you just want to give her a big hug, except that you die if you touch her, so that's probably not a good idea. But yeah, I definitely want to pull for her, but there's been like another. I think like I've seen the 4th version of her kit be leaked, and then I saw another set of posts yesterday or this morning, I can't remember, saying that the last set of leaks has been confirmed not to be her true kit. So yeah, there's so much misinformation floating around about Castoris right now that nobody really knows what she does at all. That's just anybody's guess.
Yeah, I'm just. There's so many icky boys coming out that I think I'm just gonna go for Woe. That E1.
Yeah, I think that Woa has just been being like one of those characters that just keeps paying out patch over patch over patch over patch. She never starts being bad. She's never been power crept because there's nobody else who can heal and battery simultaneously, and I doubt that there's likely to be anytime soon. Probably not. The earliest I'd say would be like 3.5, but probably not until 4.x.
Also,
But
as
yeah,
my Wobo posting in live show chat has shown, she is adorable.
yeah. I think that giving her additional longevity as a character because she's adorable is probably the best motivation. Yeah. So I'm currently mainly focused on Castoris, but Tribby is also adorable. She's sort of like Star Rail's Nahida.
Is
And
she?
much like Star Rail's Nahida, she did have an adult form once upon a time that is no longer around.
Is she?
So yeah, so I'm thinking in the direction of pulling for her right now. She does not look like any particular vegetable.
Self a Wobo, Mr. Tail.
It's tempting, but I feel like that's sort of embarking on another strategy again, and it would be really disruptive to my plans of getting a hold of Tribby. So I can't get Woho and Tribby without God sent luck because if I do, then basically that
Are,
puts Castoris off the table,
are they on
and
the same?
Castoris is not over. I
Are
think
they?
I think Woho is on the same banner as Tribby. Is that same banner cycle as Tribby? I think
Let's
they're
see.
up at the same time. I'd have to check my notes or on what I was saying last time when I was reporting on this, but yeah. So it's just waiting for the next thing to be deployed. ZZZ fishing.
I've
Fishing
been
is a thing.
I've been preoccupied with fishing in a different game, and I've fished as much as I can in ZZZ, but I can only fish in one game at a time.
I am very frustrated at my inability to get certain fish, and I can't tell if it's because the RNG is against me or if I'm doing something wrong.
I'm here to tell you, this is just how fishing goes.
I have fished up the tiny flappy ears octopus one time ever, and I cannot work out why I can't get another one, let alone the rare version. I'm pretty sure I'm fishing at the right place at the right time, but I don't know if there's differences between the times and the yields of particular fish.
I can
I don't.
pull without even looking up a mechanical guide or if of anything or the rates on spots. I can definitely 110% tell you because of every other fishing game I've played that every single spot at different times when multiple spots and times are listed for the same fish have different rates for the fish. This is
I
always
don't
how
know if
fishing
anybody's
goes.
crunched the. I don't know if anybody's crunched the data on it though, so everything is just ends up being about people's opinions and feelings because there's still going to be the RNG element to make it difficult to nail down exactly what the effect is, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm sort of like 80% of the way through the fish encyclopedia. I've got all of the limited rewards for it, so I don't need to worry about that no more.
Yeah.
But The fish don't want to bite, man.
Well, they want to bite. It's just not the right one.
No, the fish really don't want to bite. I keep getting ether batteries. Like, not ones that I can use for energy either. Ones that have been in saltwater and are therefore now Bangbu delicacies.
They should give you like one juice on your energiometer every time you fish one up.
No, I should be able to sell them for freaking Denny's because, like I said, they're a Bangbu delicacy.
Ah, maybe Kingi will buy them from you.
An ether battery that falls in the ocean becomes a saltwater logged ether battery, which are sort of like they don't have much charge and they're kind of gross, but they're sort of one of those like gourmet delicacies because they're kind of gross but they're rare for Bangbu. So yeah,
we should definitely ask Kingi if she.
But yeah, it's
go good with tea.
It's a fishing game.
By tea, I mean hot water.
The primary story is reasonably fun. The side stories are reasonably fun. I like the event generally. It wasn't too overbearing. I'm just sort of in that that phase as you make it to about 8% and 80% in any game with fishing, where you now have no idea if you're doing the right thing in order to progress.
The only thing you can do is just keep casting the line. The more you think about it, the more frustrating it'll get. Just keep throwing that line.
I've managed to fish up everything that's not a fish. I've completely filled out that encyclopedia, including the side quests that come off of them. But actual fish, not so much.
I remember liking Miyabi's little side story. I can't remember the specifics of it because I was really tired after work, but I remember laughing at it the whole way through.
Well, it's about Miyabi attempting to train in fishing and you attempting to demonstrate how to fish, except that
there's autism all around.
Yes. The fish don't bite, but it turns out you can do a lot of good for the environment by not successfully catching fish, apparently.
Lots of empty cans.
But
don't you fish a shark boo out at one point?
That is a different quest.
Yeah, that is a different one.
I can't remember what you were fishing for at the time, but you were trying to demonstrate. I think the whole point was to get something edible. But instead you got a shark boo. Anyway, yeah. So I finished that little quest. I haven't done the one that's basically the solo combat event thing, where you get one character.
Yeah.
I did the first one, the Ellen one, but I haven't done any of the others. Fortunately, the difficult version of it is not required to get the polychromes, and this is a trend that I hope they continue, because I don't want to have to get good with Billy. I'm sorry.
They're not that hard from memory. The Billy one was the closest.
You are not a relevant witness on this. Period. End. I don't want to hear your opinion on whether an action game is difficult, because it's not useful to me at all.
They're not that hard, relatively speaking. But the Billy one did cut it close. Mostly because I did not read any of Billy's descriptions. I have no idea what his stuff does, and I don't care to know.
Does his stuff do stuff?
I don't know.
I thought it just does damage.
I
think... he a launch physical attacker?
Uh-huh. I could see people struggling with the Ellen one if they don't know how to do the how to build charges on her. And
I didn't know how to play Ellen. I bumbled my way through it.
And they
had a really sore hand from being too tense while doing it by the time I got to the end. But I got there.
Yeah, you're supposed to. She has a bunch of those stupid. Hers was the weirdest one to do, because I only kind of remembered how Ellen worked. I never used her in a real sense, because I got to end game after Ellen had already been stuck in the bin, and so never really got to use her properly. But I still remembered you have to press and hold the dash button to go into her swift move then press and hold the attack button to quickly build charges. But she has all those bonus simulated universe buffs in that event that totally change the way she plays. And it's like, I could sit here and read all these, or I could not, and just push buttons until I get it figured out. And
Well, I don't know what she does at base, let alone what the modifications were, so I just pressed square a lot.
yeah, because that's a lot of text to read if you want to try and go through and understand what those do. Like, yeah, nah, I ain't gonna do that. We're just gonna push buttons.
Between my failed attempts and my successful attempt, the only real difference was alt placement, and that was a difference of I think 26 seconds just from the timing of using the one alt that I had time to do in the second phase.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the fundamentals are probably just as important as anything else.
Yeah. The judgment one, nut one on Miyabi though should be totally free.
Well, at least I know how Miyabi works. Other ones, not so much. Like I had a hell of a time trying to, even in the demonstration stages, trying to use Yanagi. I'm really not looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah, Yanagi is I'm not sure with her one where you can press and hold it. It's hard to get a feel for how much damage that does and how long you should hold it. For when she goes up in the air and just rains lightning down.
Yeah, because its main function just seems to be free damage when you can't be hurt, but when you're on a timer, that's not useful.
Yeah, like it could be good for mass disorder popping, but you don't have a Miyabi to build Judgment Nut on. So why would you do that?
I don't really want to have to analyze the damage multipliers to figure it out. Because everything in her kit seems to be about getting lots of hits in to keep building that anomaly gauge up, but there's no real payoff for her.
Yeah, like the micro disorders seem mostly to facilitate Miyabi.
They still do a lot of damage, but it's not real disorder damage.
Yeah, the Saint Jane Bernice mega disorder pop that just deletes the enemy.
Still building Piper. Haven't got her all the way there yet. Deeply resenting the entire process.
She doesn't resent you though. Why would you be so mean to Piper?
Because I can't get a good drive disc. Like, I'm starting to think that Anomaly Mastery drive discs don't exist. They are wherever the Elemental Mastery headpieces are.
Elemental Mastery headpieces have been a pain. I bought more battle passes than you, but I have had enough of the tuning calibers to craft those.
You know, I don't. The thing is, I don't want to spend a calibrator on Piper. That's the problem.
I spin it on Nicole. Get what I spin it on Nicole for, actually.
Probably energy regen.
Probably.
Nicole's energy demands are not small.
No. Much like her Denny demands.
Anyway, that's ZZZ. I haven't looked at Deadly Assault this week. I have no idea what's in there.
I have no idea what's in any of the in-game modes that have cycled in any of the Hoyo games this week.
I got completely spanked by both Deadly Assault and Shiyu Defense last cycle, so yeah, I'm not really surprised. There's not really, without me spending a huge amount of time burning through ether batteries to develop my characters further, I probably won't be able to get back in the game for even nominal completion for Deadly Assault, because it requires too many characters relative to my account's level of development, because it's basically about sinking lots of time in at this point to farm a million, billion, zillion chips.
You mean
to
Denny's.
Get all the skills up. Well, Denny's will also be a problem at that point, yes. But yeah, it's just a farming thing. And that's sort of the thing that prevents me from really latching on to ZZZ, is that everything ultimately seems to keep coming back around to, and now I need to farm Denny's again. So
Yeah.
is there something else I'm supposed to be doing in the game that makes me acquire Denny's? Because I'm not doing that thing, whatever it is.
No, until very recently, I had the same problem in Star Rail. I didn't buy every battle pass in Star Rail, so I was radically behind on credits as I was leveling up my account, and would spend weeks at a time just doing the credit node.
I ran out of credits once, and that was because I tried to develop 3 characters simultaneously.
Yeah, it
At
has.
present, I'm loaded with credits, and I've never had to think about them.
I am in the process of building them up now after I've been done with the Glaya and Fei Shao. Because I'm not planning on pulling for anything for a while. So I got nobody's skills to level up. But until
Right, because if you want to turn Huohuo into Huohuo Pro Max, that will basically have no development overhead.
yeah, that is literally just push the E1 button. Like,
But it's gonna for all that, it's gonna have a pretty profound effect on your actual play of that team.
yeah, but all the prep work aside from you really need some gear upgrades, and we'll need some total gear reworks in some cases because speed will not be as iffy a proposition on her with E1. In fact, it'll be encouraged with E1. So I'll have to rework her entire gear set probably. But the Denny the Denny overhead on that is not huge. The farming overhead is going to be insane because I do not have any of the Hypertune set left. It's all been spread around, so it will necessitate refarming the entire set. But the raw credit overhead will not be that bad.
Yeah, I haven't been able to do any pre-farming for Tribby because her Ascension mats aren't in the game yet, and I have no idea what set she wants. Like, none of them really fit her. There are like 3 or 4 sets that are partial fits for Tribby. I think I'm going to wait for somebody else to do the math and then follow their recommendations, just whichever one seems like it makes the most sense, because I can't figure it out. I think she's going to be one of those two piece characters, because I can't really see any 4 pieces that make a huge amount of sense. Although you can make an argument for the slow one, that's not a strong argument, because since they changed her kit in closed beta, her being slow is no longer that beneficial for her, and also that there are a lot of new sets that mention memo sprites in their effects, and I don't know if that means that they're intended for use on Remembrance characters, or whether they're just going to put that on everything now to let people know whether or not effect X works on a memo sprite.
Yeah, because for the foreseeable future, until Castries comes out, we have 2 memo sprites. Unless Numby counts, which he does not seem to.
I don't think Numby is a memo sprite. I think that he is a Fragmentum Trotter. But yeah, so it's that they also there's been some more media released, and the more times I see her, Hyacine looks a lot like Barbara. I wonder, is she actually a Barbara alt? I mean, her hair's pink, but her hairstyle's identical, and her demeanor's the same.
How do you spell her name?
Hyacine. There aren't very many clear pictures of her. They're all like extreme close-ups or from the back or whatever.
That is 100% Barbara.
Okay, so so we've got in-engine stuff now. Yeah, she looks like a Barbara to me, and I'm like, is she an alternate, or did they just do a character that looks kind of like Barbara?
I mean, I have spent many a show standing in pools of water splashing you with Barbara.
But yeah, the rumors about Hyacine is that she's going to be the great savior of Dot. But there's still heaps of time before her patch, so that could change. Maybe they'll leave Dot in the dustbin.
And if they save Dot, I'm gonna have to go back and get Black Swan.
Well, that depends whether they save Dot by making Black Swan good or by totally power creeping her out of relevance. Anyway, that's that one. The Honkai Impact third. I am in the second major interlude arc, and it is very strange. It also feels exactly like an interlude arc from Fate Grand Order. Like the vibe is identical, more or less, except that it's got more connections to the past and to the future. Like the villain, as far as I can tell, is like is Otto Apocalypse has had a prototype of his spare clone bodies that he was manufacturing back in the day, and one of them, once upon a time, escaped and gained its own personality, and that's actually who James Moriarty is. James Moriarty was actually a clone body of Otto Apocalypse, and there's this big history where Fuhua was hunting Moriarty on the at the behest of Shixal for because she was working for Otto at the time, and part of her way of hunting was to join up with Moriarty's great rival Sherlock Holmes and become a detective temporarily in England to hunt Moriarty. But this is for many years on from that. But apparently there's like a copy of Moriarty that has been a museum exhibit on another world for an extended period of time, which Fuhua ends up there by accident, and then Moriarty gets loose and starts causing trouble, and etc. etc. It's
I
a
can
very
still hear you,
strange
and
story.
they can still hear you, but I need a sec, so I will be away from my.
I see. Anyway, it's a very bizarre story in a lot of ways. It's kind of cute because there's like a set of like 7 little replicates, she calls them, of Vita, who are the administrators of the city Phosphorus, where the story takes place. And they all have their own personalities, but they're all basically sort of semi-clones of Vita. And so they end up being integral to the plot as well, and everything that happens seems to be linked to sort of like the previous era's venture to try and reseed humanity after being wiped out by the Honkai in the past. And so you meet Griseo again, and so on, and it's definitely it definitely fits into the continuity, and it's got the right sort of tone and so on. But it does feel like an FGO interlude in the sense of the way the story is constructed, the types of twists they have, the players, the actors on stage, as it were, are the sorts of ones you would find in a Type Moon work. But generally, it's been enjoyable. My only real bugbear with it is that I really hate the villain archetype, which is the villain who just everything just happens just as planned for him. And no matter how unlikely the actions taken by the protagonists are, it's always, oh, well, you only did this because I predicted it would happen this way if I did X, Y, and Z, and therefore you did exactly what I wanted. And I feel like Moriarty pulls this off a few too many times. Like, he's, for somebody who should have no information whatsoever about Phosphorus, and the only person in the plot that he knows is Fuhua, somehow he still manages to predict everything flawlessly every time, presumably right up until the very end, where he will make some critical error which will enable his defeat, because that's the way this thing usually goes. But that's just another problem with the archetype. It's often quite cathartic to see, Mr. Smarty Pants villain who's just been puppeteering you the entire time make a critical mistake but be unable to reconcile that with his own self-image, and this brings about his downfall. I mean, that can be cathartic, but it's also the only solution to this particular villain arc. So it's grating seeing a bad person win over and over and over again, and it's cathartic seeing him get defeated, but he always is defeated in the same way, because it's basically the only thing you can do with that villain archetype.
All according to Keikaku?
Yeah, everything is all according to Keikaku for him. Everything. It's an archetype I'm just not particularly enamored of. It's all about that emotional payoff and wiping the smile off his face at the end. That's where this particular plot is always headed, but that just means that it always goes the same way. so it's less enjoyable for that as well because you know how it will end. There's basically no choice about the way it will end. Now maybe they could defy expectations. Occasionally they do, and things will go in a way you don't really expect. But so far it's been pretty much a standard take, and he's just a little bit too clever, for the plot. It's also a little bit hard sometimes to swallow Fu Hua as a great detective. I mean, she was playing the role of Watson in the Honkai universe to Sherlock Holmes, but it's heavily implied that she was the reason he was so successful because she could use her own sort of like intrinsically supernatural abilities to fill in any gaps in the deduction and prevent anything from going too badly wrong. It's pretty much stated that Holmes was in the Honkai universe a genius detective, but basically the reason why he seemed a flawless one is that he had Fu Hua as a backstop. And if it looked like he was taking too long to solve it, Fu Hua would intervene to tilt the scales in their favor. But so that sort of, in some sense, kind of diffuses the value of that particular myth a little bit. But it's sort of hard to swallow Fu Hua as that type of person because when she was one of the flame chasers, she was just kind of a meathead. And you'd see a few scenes of her when she was still a student, like 50,000 years before current era type of thing. And she's just kind of autistic. She's not very clever or very good at anything except martial arts. And that was basically her character throughout most of the beginning of her part of her personal plotline. The thing is that she becomes very clever because even though she's not like the other flame chasers, like the other flame chasers remember 50,000 years of the past. She doesn't because her constitution is a little bit different. She can only remember, some few thousands of years at a time and has to seal away memories and feathers that she leaves in various places in order to make room for more memories to prevent her from being incapacitated by migraines. So the she while she doesn't have as much memory, she's still been around the block for thousands of years. But since that's all stuff that happens off screen because nobody's got 1,000 years to watch her go about daily life, it's sort of hard to skip from Fu Hua the meathead to Fu Hua the genius detective in one fell swoop. So yeah, it's a bit weird in that way. But generally speaking, quite enjoyable. The Chinese New Year event has started as well, which has it's got a whole lobby set up that has been added to it because Honkai Impact Third is old style menu based gacha where you select your mission and then you do the mission, but there's no central hub to the game. Well, they've added one for the event, for the New Year's event, and it visually is basically the same as the one in Grand Blue, the fighting game.
Oh.
It looks exactly like it in a lot of ways, including the arcade machines.
Does it have a little soccer field where you can go play other people in soccer?
I'm not sure if it does. It might.
Because that is a staple area of the Grand Blue lobby with Americans and everybody else yelling at each other.
Yeah, and anyway, there's heaps of little mini games to play on the arcade machines, which are a lot like the ones you would find in Genshin or ZZZ or Star Rail. They're just like little silly games you can play. I also pulled on the gacha for New Year's Kiana, not because I'm that attached to Kiana, but Kiana's best supports are Sparkle and Vita, so I have both of those. So it allows me to create an actual cohesive team, and also she's a Stardust element character. Well, I mean, she's fire element, but she's Stardust type. So there's like there are both elements and types, and the elements are physical, lightning, ice, and fire, and the types are biologic, mecha, psi, quantum, imaginary, and Stardust, and they all have very weird interactions. There's a strict rock paper scissors for the biological psionic and Mecha one, but the others are like Quantum and Imaginary are both useless against each other, but they hard counter themselves for some reason. And Stardust basically can only interact with Stardust mechanics and is neutral to everything else. So you're never really at a huge disadvantage against the Stardust boss. But since Stardust bosses tends to have enormous amounts of HP compared to other types of enemies, not having a Stardust character on your roster can make fighting very, very slow. So I decided to pull for Kiana since it allows me to create a cohesive team. The strategy that they've adopted in character development for Honkai Impact 3rd these days is that there are no support characters or on-field characters anymore. It's, you can see if you look through the roster of characters, different phases of development that they've gone through over time. Early on, it was like most of the Ho-Yo games where the character just has a kit, right? And you just infer from the kit what they would be best at doing, whether that's supporting or being an on-field DPS or whatever. And then you'd assemble your team relative to what their kit looks like. Then they had a period in the sort of the latter part of part one where they would specifically designate certain characters as supports, and the rest was sort of tacitly assumed to be DPS. The thing is that you could still DPS with the supports if you really wanted to, and they were only like mediocre at it. They were not like terrible at it. And yeah, so it was kind of a bit not really that clear as to why they were trying to do it like that, but they had designated specific support characters that had additional specific support skills that made them good in a supporting role. The part 2 strategy, by contrast, is that they just make every character a DPS and they make every character a support. And you just you mix and match in the way that you think is suitable. Like every character will have abilities that allow them to take the supporting role, and every character will have abilities for doing DPS. And you basically assemble a set of 3, and you usually will put the leader position will be your character that you want to be your DPS, and the other 2 will be the supporters. So you can basically pull on any character and then find a team to slot it in. And you can make a team of some degree of effectiveness, no matter who you've got on hand using part 2 characters. The disadvantage being, of course, you can't easily mix and match part 2 and part 1. Part 2 pretty much just play with part 2, and part 1 pretty much just play with part 1. And part 1, as far as like Abyss is concerned, is pretty much irrelevant. Like you're pushing a rock uphill if you try and play old characters in the new paradigm. It's not really worth even trying. You're just gonna get annoyed because you'll be doing so little damage since they don't really have proper interactions. You could use it if you had like really well developed meta teams from the very end of part 1, then they would still work, but you wouldn't be competitive at the high level. So yeah, there's a very, very clear bifurcation between part 1 and part 2 in the way they do things. But the new paradigm means that characters also slide out of relevance quite slowly. There's only one character that has basically been power creeped out of irrelevance from part 2, and the only reason that they have is that they are a ranged lightning. I'll call it 4-star. They're not called 4 stars in Honkai Impact, but it's basically a ranged lightning 4-star that was power crept because Vita came in the game, and Vitas are incredibly powerful and incredibly flexible ranged lightning 5-star. So, of course, she was going to get power creep because there's a direct overlap. They're the same. They're both mecha type, they're both lightning type, and they're both ranged DPS. But other than that, every character is still relevant, and even if a character's DPS starts to get a bit soggy, well, you just treat them as a support from now on, because supports go out of relevance much, much, much more slowly. So, yeah, it's an interesting paradigm. I guess we'll see if it holds up in the long term. Lastly, Genshin. So
I'm
I've
running
done
out
the
of Wowo
story.
gifs.
I've done the story now for
Okay.
the event. I finished that.
I thought it was pretty good.
I thought it was better than the final chapter of Natlan.
Yeah.
But practically everything is.
That's not saying a lot.
Like I enjoyed it, but like the thing is that really stands in sharp contrast. And this is the same stuff that I wrote in all of the feedback surveys I wrote about Natlan and so on. There is actual emotional weight to it.
Okay.
It's not. There's not. Archon wins. Everything is fine. Nothing is sacrificed. There's no emotional gravity whatsoever.
There are 30 seconds in the last chapter of that story that Mobweeka desperately needed something similar for. There are 30 seconds in the bathtub with with Miss Lightning Archon where she just talks about the past and how and what's weighing on her mind. That's all we needed to really take a lot of the stumble out of the end of Natland.
But it's also not as perfunctory as that, right? Like you get to the end, and what's she doing? Well, she's cradling the last vestige that she has of her dear friend as it evaporates, and she basically has to say goodbye forever. And she cries a little bit because they're really leaning on the Archons are people too angle, which is something that basically you don't see with Mavuika at all because she doesn't act like a person.
Yeah, no.
She acts like a plot device.
It just stood in such stark contrast, giving Raiden Shogun that bit of character there. And it really is not that much screen time. Even if you add the cradling at the end and her involvement in the final battle, does not add that. It's not that much screen time that you need to do this. It just is something that was there that just makes it even more conspicuous that something similar was absent from Mavuika. Like they almost attempt it with Mavuika, but they stop before they get it off the ground, or maybe they thought they had another scene somewhere. Like when she meets her younger sister in the afterlife area.
But that's the thing, right? They seem to think that everything is just paid off there. Like oh well, these scenes between Mavuika and her little sister are basically going to be the emotional touchstone for the Archon. But the thing is that that's not an open wound for her. That's like something that's already done and resolved. There would be like bringing up the heroine's like pet dog that they had as a child, and then it died because it got to the age of 12 or whatever the age dogs typically pass on, and she was sad about it when she was a child, but she grew up and got over it. Like that's the level of impact that this has.
Yeah.
It's not something that is an ongoing thing. Like Mavuika is a completely resolved character who has nothing left to do except execute on her plan. There's no flaws in her character whatsoever. The thing with storytelling is that a character without character development only works in a serial. End of story. You need to have a character change if you're not doing that character in a serial. Like there are lots of types of stories that need the character not to change. Like for instance, the classic example, right, is this is more of an American example, but it's the classic example. Is if you have a book series of novellas about, say, a frontiersman, right, on the American frontier, he has to always be a frontiersman. He can't like resolve his plot arc and get married and settle down because then he's no longer a frontiersman, right?
He needs to ride off in the
story,
sunset after fixing the town he goes to.
Yeah, he needs to go on and be that same person again in the future. Because that story has to go on. If the story is designed to resolve, if there is a great climax that is being built up to, which is going to bring to resolution all of the plot threads dangling, somebody needs to go through something in order to indicate that the paradigm has changed. Nobody goes through anything. Like, even I feel like they underplay, say, Chaska's losses in Natland. It's like she just seems to be over it.
Like they had opportunity with 3 different characters to make them the focal point of where things revolve and change. In Natland, you don't have to have it be the Archon. If you'd actually explained her plan and made somebody else the focus, you could have got away with Mavuika being static. But
Mavuika's the only one there. There's nobody else.
That's the problem with the end of it. They drop all the other. They had really 3 realistic options. They had Kachina, Mualani, and Chaska, all of which had opportunity to go through something and change quite a bit, and who either.
Well, Citlali did. They played out a full plot arc for her.
Yeah.
She's still Citlali at the end, but she's Citlali that has come to sort of like more of a a recognition of what it was that her friend was trying to tell her and what her place is in society and the sort of role that she plays for her people in that. Like she went through some change, even if she still sit lally at the end and will still hole up in her office with her light novels and drink lots of wine, therefore becoming incredibly easy for me to empathize with. But she still went through a change. If like you can do the Mavwika thing, right? Because Zhongli did it. Zhongli doesn't change at all. Zhongli has gone through his change in the past. His great loss when, because it's sort of made clear in the corollary material that he was extremely close to the God of Dust, and like her death was a sort of like an emotional death blow to him in a lot of ways, and he lost all of his sort of proxy children. They're pretty much all gone except for a handful of them now. He's gone through his losses. He's reached his position that he wants to be at, and his story is basically, I'm going to move into retirement now. My story is over. We need to pass the baton on. And so his story is about other people. Like they make other people, they make the sort of the port city of Liyue is the main character, right, in the Liyue arc, rather than any individual person. And so everybody gets to, rise to the occasion in their various ways. Everybody's got to, pay for something. Like Keqing, for instance, has to get over the fact she doesn't really want to get along with Ningguang. They have to come together and cooperate regardless. Ningguang has to give up her palace, which is the most precious possession she has, and she sacrifices it as part of her role in leading Liyue. Like, they all have something they give up. It's sort of distributed across multiple characters, and it's a more sort of primitive version of the writing that they would later arrive at in the writing for Genshin, but you still got the same structure, right? The position of the one who changes and the one who has sort of reached stability is different allocation in the Liyue story, because Zhongli's story is already over before the story starts. But the thing is, Mavwik is as well, but she's also the only person you ever see in the end scenes.
Yeah,
like her story, her sacrifice, like there was she sacrifices time. She never gets to see her sister grow up, etc., etc. She's got all of these things, but they all resolved a long, long time ago. Mavwika doesn't change anymore. She's just going through the motions. But because she's just going through the motions, there's no emotional hook for the player, because nobody else there is suffering. Nobody else there is making a sacrifice. Everything has already been done.
The reason I bring up that specifically the amount of time it took them to do a scene with A is because we waste so much time in that final arc after an interlude chapter that effectively did nothing, doing meaningless party crap. Like, we have a party before the final battle, we have a after party after the final battle, where we have to play dumb sign the card mini games.
And dance.
Yeah, and dance. And they took the time to animate all this crap and fully produce it. That could have gone to a couple scenes with Mavwika talking about things that gave us a bit more context and at least softened the abruptness of the ending and the lack of context the player has.
Realistically, we still would have complained about it because it would have been a sloppy way to do it, but it would have been better than what they did do, which was nothing.
Yeah. At least they would have given us something to hum and haw about. Maybe they could do something with this later. But they don't. There is no, you go have a bath with Mavwika in the hot tubs.
I think it's just kind of, Wicklow syndrome. She's perfect the way she is. You don't need to do anything. Like the sort of like the drama that Mavwika goes through feels farcical the way the drama that Wicklow goes through feels farcical, right? Because Wicklow never has to change or do anything. Or the only thing Wicklow ever has to do is discover the power within her that was there all along. She doesn't actually have to change. They talk about her changing, but you never actually see it happen. It doesn't. There's no evidence of it. She just is suddenly stronger now. It's really lazy, a really lazy approach of just like informing the player about, oh, okay, so these things have happened, and you are supposed to react as though this had some emotional resonance for you, as though you cared about this.
it feels different with Mavuika for me because there's so many other things surrounding the third arc of just what, why, and what do I care for things other than Mavuika that it feels like the entirety of the writing just got
Yeah, it
totally
feels like you
jumbled.
accidentally skipped a chapter.
Yeah, it feels like something just got totally missed. Like
So
there,
it was a very much a feeling like the occasional where I've been busy, so I haven't been watching an anime or whatever, and I've already downloaded them all in advance. So I accidentally click on the episode after the one that I was actually supposed to watch next,
yeah,
and I was like, hold on, this does kind of follow on from where I was last time, but a lot of this just doesn't make sense.
yeah. It feels like a different beast of Wuklamont. Wuklamont is just bad writing, but
Well,
Mavuika is a different
the
type of
difference
bad
with
writing.
Wiklamata is that Wiklamata is surrounded by so many other problems that selecting an individual one to analyze is sort of a waste of time because fixing that one wouldn't fix the problem.
Yeah, and well, so many of the problems of Dawn Trail revolve around the nexus of Wuklamont, whereas the entirety of Act 3 is missing context regardless of what angle you look from in Genshin. Like every part of it just feels like there's something we weren't told here.
Yeah, well, the thing is that this exercise is about analyzing Raiden A versus Mavuika and how they are portrayed. Now, Raiden A it springs forth from the worst plot arc that Hoyo ever did for Genshin. Nothing in it makes any sense.
You
Nothing in it is explained,
you spent
and
two
they have
weeks
to
with the Resistance though.
you have to they aggressively pick up the shattered pieces of my former life after the fact, but they get there in the end, and Raiden A becomes a very beloved character. She's got a lot of material to work with since Raiden May is a very beloved character, but they clean up their act. They get there in the end, but the the fundamental premise for Raiden A's character in terms of where she starts is that she can't cope with change. She doesn't want to cope with change. Change just seems like strictly a bad thing, so let's just cut it out. So she has to develop from there on. There's not really any choice. You can't tell a story if she just sits in her plane of euthymia forever. So basically, they've got sort of grist for the mill there. And I think the interesting thing about this event though is that you don't need any of that really. Like they are able to bring an emotional conflict out of nowhere and inform you by demonstration of these sort of scenes that you spend together with Raiden A about how she feels about it, what it sort of pressure it's putting on her personally and emotionally to have these old wounds reopened and so on and so forth. They bring it out quickly but believably, and they put it away in a quick and believable fashion as well at the very end, with the sort of poignancy that it deserves. And they basically built this out of whole cloth for a patch
They
with
they
very little time required to do it. It
they
was very, very lean, very efficient. Like they were hyper efficient with their time expenditure in telling the story, but they didn't lessen its impact. It's not going to be the most impactful storyline anybody ever heard because it's just a side story, and it didn't you didn't engage with it for huge numbers of hours at a time, but it did the job in a sort of novella short story way very effectively, and it feels very genuine. It feels meaningful. I think the problem with Mavuika is the amount you can tell that there's a discrepancy between how meaningful you're supposed to find it and how meaningful you actually find it.
her story also Mavuika's story also runs contrary to the message they were pushing this event. Like totally contrary to it. Like
Mavuika always fights alone.
yeah. Well, Mavuika isn't treated like a person. They really push the Raiden A may be a gazillion years old and super powerful, but she still has emotions and has to deal with them like a normal person. And they push this really hard because there are characters that know A as just a girl that's in charge of the country with even if they're a familiar proxy. See Yai Miko, but they have those points of reference and can humanize A lot instead of her just being a force of nature. Whereas Mavuika doesn't have a character like that that's alive in the story to give us a more human context for her, or
Well, I think,
to
like I keep saying though, I think that the problem is that the whole story acts as though that's not the case. Like
yeah.
if you were to compare, like the thing is, even though A has been humanized, you can still tell that she is seen by most people and by herself as a force of nature. She doesn't really see herself as a person as much as some of the other Archons are portrayed as doing. They know that they're an institution. Like Venti knows that he's an institution. That's why, because of the nature of his particular portfolio of freedom, he doesn't do anything. Because he knows that he represents an institution, so he can't afford to. Zhongli's just trying to get out of the business, so he doesn't really count. But very specifically, if you look at the way Farina is portrayed, now you could argue she's an atypical case for an Archon, but she acted as an Archon, everybody treated her as an Archon, etc., etc. There's none of this sort of like inhuman behavior from her. Like she screams being an individual person constantly, and I know there's narrative reasons why she's decided to portray herself that way, but there's so much more depth to that person than Mavuika. Mavuika does exactly one thing, and that one thing is be Archon. But everybody acts like she's this person they know. Like they all act like it's true.
Even
And like you insert that character, that People of the Springs character, you know, the one who passes away just before the end of the story,
yeah,
off screen.
yeah,
Like
Mavuika's auntie.
they insert that in order to humanize Mavuika, and it totally fails to work.
Well, not did I say Mavuika just now? I meant Mualani's aunt. That one,
No,
the
it
one
just
that
doesn't.
dies.
Yeah, like she's like, she's designed to be, oh well, this person who knows Mavuika personally, who treats Mavuika as a person, and they do that with other characters as well. Like there's considerably less distance, let's say, between say Kinich and Mavuika compared to a lot of the other Archons and their people. Like, I mean, if you look at as the example being Nahida, there's a huge amount of distance, personal distance between Nahida and her people. They see her as a god, and they treat her as variously a prisoner or a god. Whereas in the case of Mavuika, you have these people in here who are inserted deliberately to treat her as a person, to sort of inform you that she is a person, but the story doesn't really support it. The story just has her operating as a machine.
Yeah, I don't know how they can salvage, or if they even can. Have the hiccups now. How they even can salvage?
Yeah, they did such a sloppy job of Inazuma that they were. It was almost like they were able to salvage it because they did so little to begin with.
Yeah,
There was like a lot of free space in the margins to draw in, whereas they have got so much informed stuff about Mavuika that they kind of haven't left any room for creative interpretation after the fact,
they
because they've already done a bunch of stuff and said a bunch of stuff that just doesn't quite ring true.
yeah they before they can fix any of the major narrative problems, if they even are going to, they have to go back and fill those gaps in.
I don't know, it feels like it feels very much too late. Like it doesn't feel like there's anywhere to insert the crowbar. Like they're gaps, sure, but those gaps they feel like cracks. They don't feel like spaces to be filled in.
Yeah, well, what I'm
And
saying is it is not realistic for them to go back and do the amount of work they would have to do to salvage it, because they've laid out what has to happen already, and that we have these clear chunks of time we need to know about to humanize Mavuika and make her an actual character and show what she actually went through. You have to waste time doing that now, and you probably have to devote a lot of time for it because of its conspicuous absence in the main story. When you had the opportunity while things were rolling, and then you can go and show how things are different now with Mavuika, or at least the people around her, and really build on those hinted character traits in the character story. But that's two character stories devoted to an Archon when most of them get get at most 2 character stories with them focusing mostly on the characters around them and not the Archon themselves. Unless your name's Raiden Shogun.
Well, I mean, ultimately, they are going to have to do an apology tour if they want to salvage Mavuika as a character. They have no choice. They have to do an absolute magnum opus of a character story. They have to. Otherwise, she's just dead in the water as far as character writing goes. Because nobody cares about her as a person. The only thing anybody ever tells you about her is that she's incredible.
Yeah, motorbike.
In fact, there's a meme about it. In fact, that comparing all of the major players in Fontaine's opinion about Farina to all of the major players in Natlan's opinion about Mavuika, and it's like, well, Mavuika's just this incredible person, right? And they might have like secondary opinions, like Shalonen's opinion that she wants to stay away from Mavuika because she'll be asked to do something. But that's an opinion. That's not really an opinion about Mavuika. That's an opinion about herself, that she knows there's work coming down the line, doesn't want to do it. The only opinion anybody voices about Mavuika is what an incredibly legendary figure she is, that everybody counts on, and is incredibly powerful, and incredibly beautiful, incredibly brave, incredibly incredibly wise at running Natlan, etc., etc. It's standard Mary Sue playbook stuff where just everybody loves her and thinks she's the best thing ever. Nobody ever criticizes her. Nobody ever voices a dissenting opinion on what she wants to do, except for Il Capitano, who then eventually knuckles under and does exactly what she wants with very little conflict there, despite the fact that he was, came in loaded for bear. Like, what came of that big cut scene anyway, where Mavuika and Il Capitano fight each other? What was the payoff?
Marketing.
They immediately become friends, and Il Capitano does exactly what the Golden Girl wants. There's not. It wasn't meaningful. It was just a set piece. Just like the final boss wasn't meaningful. It was a set piece. Just like the first character story, it wasn't meaningful. It was a set piece.
The Mavuika's first character story really bugged me.
It was salt in the wound.
Like this, I will die on the hill. That is the story you say is the farewell tour to Natlan after we've done everything. That is not the story you tell when we still got questions.
Yeah, that shouldn't be butted up against the super dramatic sort of high tension episode of the story where everything is to be played for. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't understand why things are happening. There's all of this sort of like undiscovered history behind everything. Nobody knows why they're anything, and then you just have this sort of like completely flippant plot immediately afterwards.
Like, I could have taken that character story if it was the very last Natlan story. Before we move on to the next one, that is the context where that works.
Honestly, I do feel that it's probably the worst one though in recent days since the plot, since the budget update, the Ito budget update. I feel like that Mavuika's character story is the worst one in the game. I just think that that's the case.
Yeah.
And it's not just about its position; it's about its total lack of content. What do you learn about Mavuika in that story?
Yeah. It's
absolutely nothing.
It's a whole lot. It's more characters going, oh, see, she can totally cut up sometimes. See, she's not just a robot. Yeah, for 3 seconds she makes a cringe joke, and then we move on. That's not humanizing anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about aside from the problems of Mavuika specifically, though. I feel like that character story was incredibly weak.
Oh yeah, it's and it didn't. It was all over the place in where it went too.
But I mean, if you compare it to, say, the first of the new generation, Ito's story, like the Ito's story is way better. You're way more engaged with it. It matters. Even if it's not like it's not like a epochal story the way that Mavuika's are supposed to be. It's still, it's got meaning to it. It's got drive. It's got a real plot to it. Things happen that have meaning to the people involved and will leave marks on them for the rest of their lives. Although it's sort of hard to tell if anything really affects Ito. What if we would take a recent weak character story like Emily's? It's just a whodunit, but it's an effectively told whodunit that tells you a lot about who Emily is and has, there's forward momentum to the story. It keeps you engaged. There's emotional payoffs and consequences for the characters involved. They may be, bland side NPCs without their own model or anything like that, but the story still had meaning to them, and it's, a well constructed plot with a beginning, a middle, and an end that does all the things that it sets out to do. And it's a really weak one compared to a lot of the others. And it doesn't have a lot of the flash and bang, but even on the flash and bang level, like, if I'm to compare the sort of, I compare, say, Chiori's one to Mavwika's. Chiori's was so cool. That was such a cool story, where she's trying to get ready for a fashion show, and she's preparing a bunch of stuff, and it's about to start above, and you're down below in the cisterns of the city trying to find out what this plot is to make really nasty clothing, which is contaminated and a risk to everybody's health, but this person is undermining Cherry's business. There's a whole bunch of irons in the fire, lots of stuff's at play. The stakes are relatively high for the people involved. Lots of things can go wrong. You're engaged with it right to the end, and it's all feels super meaningful. Like, every single one of these stories has got so much depth to it. If you want to look at like the fancy features, then you could say Cloranda's story, where she's,
They
playing
went full
DM.
they went full retard with Clorinda's story. I do not know why particularly she got what feels like so much effort put into her story.
I loved it. I thought it was great, and I liked how it was not just about her, but you also got a little bit of insight into Navi. You got a bit of insight into Farina. You got a little bit of insight into Linny even. Like, it was just a really great story that felt like, it felt like a main story of the game. Like, this is just, oh well, everything's over now, but you're spending some time with the characters, and this is what goes down in their next adventure type of thing. And they have so many extra sort of mechanics that have been layered on top of the base game and so on. They've got the dice rolling thing, and doing persuade checks and stuff. Like, I don't know what the actual RNG does in those, because everything is always going to end up the same way in the end. But it was a really, really fun and engaging experience. What does Mavwika's story offer? There's no interesting mechanics. There's no interesting storytelling. There's not really even a plot line. Nothing really happens. It's just a vessel for them to do their Dragon Ball Z fight animation.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see with it. I'm not giving up on the Genshin story yet because of the recent stories. We had Hu Tao's story in Lantern Rite, which was pretty good. We had the character story for Mizuki, which is pretty good. Like, they still can write stuff. It's just they dropped the ball with Mavwika.
This is the thing, right? Like, there are lots of balls being passed around, and one of them got dropped, and it was a really important one. It's true. But this is not like Final Fantasy XIV, where there is one story that everything is to play for there, and they screwed it up royally and basically hung their hat on that mistake.
Also,
because everything hinges on it.
Well, I'm sure it did get priority because they know this will sell. There were a lot of CGs in this latest event. Like, just pretty pictures instead of black screens when you're cut to the bath with a Miko and Mizuki and
But
you.
we've seen the way that this goes with Hoyo in the past, right? When one of the Hoyo games gets burnt by some bad decision they've made and starts getting heaps of negative feedbacks, all the other teams leap to try and put as much distance between themselves as that is possible. I think my opinion is that this is a direct reaction to black screen syndrome.
Oh, what do you call it?
HSR.
Oh, where's the picture? One of the CGs in particular I took a screenshot of because I was so proud of little Lumine. I'll never ever know how to say her name right. But she has Navia as her Genius Invocation main character.
I did not. I did not actually look at who the characters were.
It's
They
Navia,
give you
Chiori,
those.
and Kuki Shinobu she has on her team.
They give you those at the end of the thing. Oh yes, I see. But yeah, they give you all of those CGs at the end in a little book so you can review them as well. You know, unlike just giving us the event, because everybody who isn't playing at this time will never see any of this.
Yeah, I liked. I even liked the little bath CGs. I thought they were cute. I like Yamiko's little smug face she has during the whole thing. Hang on, we post that one.
Yeah, as a diehard Yaimiko simp, I was deeply approving of this event in general because there's heaps of Yaimiko in it.
Like how
I,
Traveler's just like, girlfriend, what you doing?
but it's the the quality of events like this just make it all the more criminal that you can't play this content if you don't happen to be playing right now.
And I got that's a
Why is there no event archive?
this is going to be a tangent point when we get to my week. Uh, in that I'm strongly at a point right now considering moving the Hoyo games into passive mode, where even doing dailies every day is going to be eating too much time if I want to get into all the single player games that are coming out. But with
No,
Genshin in particular,
I haven't. Genshin, you don't have any choice. You've got to keep up with it.
with Genshin in particular, it's really bad because any major things that happen from moving into passive mode are just gone.
Yeah, actually, the last two major events that came out in Honkai Impact Third, they have started archiving them. So there is an event archive now. None of the legacy ones are in there, but the last three major events are all in there.
Yeah, so if I move Genshin fully into passive mode, it it just gets lost. And this is, if there were not other Hoyo games that had started introducing the archive, I would think it was a purely cynical move instead of them just being slow and dumb.
I'm pretty sure they're just slow and dumb.
Yeah.
Like, unless there's like some really bizarre reason for it, like they lost the code or something and they just can't bring it back. There's just no good reason for it because they integrated that feature from non-existence into existence in Honkai Impact Third. It did not exist until just recently, and they have started implementing it.
Yeah,
So it's not impossible to do, and Honkai Impact Third has the reputation for being the most unwilling to change its old ways.
yeah, and it's really been bugging me. There are whoops. That's acting up. There we go. There are a lot of events I know I won't want to miss out on. Because with Genshin, as we found out, some of these events are kind of important. And
Yeah, especially there's this, but it's true of all of the Hoyo games. They all do stuff like this. Especially, I think that Genshin is the one which ties the most plot relevance into its events.
yeah, but putting Genshin in total passive mode and only like doing the occasional daily and just keeping the account active and a good chunk of primos rolling where you can, but not prioritizing it if you got something else you really want to be doing is really really tough because the events stories are so important. You can't afford to miss out on any of it.
Right. On that note, we can just move into you talking about things you want to talk about now because I need a drink and I also need to go to the bathroom, so you can start on that.
All right. So, I played no Hoya this week at all. Logged on to dailies a few times, but that was it. have not done any of the cycled in-game modes. Cleaned up the fishing event in ZZZ. We talked about that already. And cleaned up the current event story. But that was it. And later in the week, I was skipping dailies entirely, even because the simple fact of the matter is, gacha games eat a lot of time, even if you just log in and do the dailies. And when you have other stuff you want to play, they quickly start feeling like a job instead of a game. And right now, there is at least one single player game that wants my undivided attention. I want to give my attention, that being Trails Through Daybreak 2. And so I've been not. I had to deliberately tell myself to get over FOMO. You've done this several times in games when you've dropped them, and just put the games on hold for a bit, and focus on the single player game you want to. But it has bugged me to no end that in Genshin in particular, especially because of the low primo payout in Genshin, that it really feels like I'm shooting myself in the foot in Genshin, putting it on hold. But there are just a lot of games I want to get to that I will not have time to get to because if I don't put the gachas on hold. I want to go through Daybreak 2. I have a myriad of VR titles I want to try out and get to. I've got Monster Hunter coming out that I'll want to at least poke around with for a bit, and if it's good, I'll stick with it and want to keep sticking with it. There's plenty of other games on the horizon that are slipping my brain right now, but I remember quite a few that I want to get around to, and it's just the current upcoming gaming landscape is something that I want to engage with single player stuff with for a bit. And it has been very frustrating in the back of my head that with Genshin in particular, of all of them, putting it down is going to come back to bite me if I ever, when I come back to it. I don't plan to quit the game, but it's very hard to take breaks in it. Basically, is what I'm saying.
So there's this thing in Honkai Impact 3rd called vacation tickets, and vacation tickets are you earn small amounts of them constantly through all sorts of things. Not enough. This isn't like this isn't like at the level of the instant clear tickets you get from Pinecone, but you do earn a trickle of them constantly. But when you need to use them, basically, there's a button on the interface which is click this to do your dailies. And you click it and it does all your dailies and you get all the rewards and then you log out.
Yeah, that would be...
The idea being that when you're playing, you just save up these tickets because you've got time to play while you're playing. And then when you want to go on vacation for the game, it's log in, click the do the dailies button and then log out.
Yeah. And Star Rail isn't too bad. It's the easiest one to keep running because I can literally press the autoplay button while I'm getting dressed. And I don't have to worry about missing the major events in that game. Not that there's been any events for 3.0, really. And in ZZZ, it does require more active time to play ZZZ. But I'm the least...
Not minimally. If you want to just do dailies, like, you can do, like, 3 full racks of Denny's, and that's going to take you about 20 to 25 seconds per round.
Yeah.
And do the video store, do the scratch card, and that's dailies done.
Yeah, you don't, if you don't even want to dump your stamina, you still have backup battery in that'll get your stamina at a lesser rate, and you can still get the daily payout in like 30 seconds of auto setup video store, do the scratch card, eat the noodles, get the coffee, log out. Like, you can do that, and that will still get you your daily max polychrome count for the dailies. So that's not too bad. The real issue with dailies in Genshin is they don't have slow resin. So you're almost obligated to spend your crap. And
As a person who was never able to spend my resin in a timely fashion because the cap used to be so low, I've just sort of to completely come to terms with wasting my resin in Genshin.
yeah, I will regularly waste quite a bit every week, but I would make attempt to spend it where I could. Um, a lot of time, Genshin has another issue where while it's often praised as having the 5 stars that are the most useful, it's a few early 4 stars that are the most useful, and past that, if you don't have the characters to build, because it takes so long to get currency in this game, you just kind of don't know what to go for. You can't set up a plan to spend your resin effectively, so you just kind of do whatever to dump it.
I have fallback domains. Um, like you can't have you can't have enough good Noblesse Oblige pieces. It's not possible. Everybody wants that set. Um, every Anemo character in the game is compatible with Viridescent Venera, so you can always farm that one. And every Netland character wants the same relics, so you can always farm that one. So if I don't know what to do, I'll just go one of those, do 4 rounds, dump resin, move on with my life.
Yeah, and this is where Mobweeka at C1 has become invaluable. Is in daily resin dumping like this. Is if I need to get done quickly because I got other stuff I want to do, and I want to just get rid of my resin, the Mobweeka makes that happen very fast.
Unless everything is a fire slime.
Even then, I mean, I'll still take her on the team, because there will inevitably be something that may be fire in there, but is not a fire slime.
Yeah, it'll be an Abyss Mage with a fire shield.
It's okay. We have Sitlali for that. And push comes to shove, we do have Navia to deal with the mass fire problems or the shark. But for everything that's not fire slimes, Mobweeka makes.
Barbara.
I want to find a way to make Barbara a DPS character, but it's gonna take
Well,
so
then
much
make that
work.
your fallback farming domain.
I gotta pick a set.
I already started building mine.
Oh dear. But yeah. And they're yeah, it's been just a not too big a niggle in the back of my head, but it is grinding my gears a bit with Genshin in particular. When it comes to putting it on hold and knowing that in if my break goes on extended enough, for ZZZ and Star Rail, the events that pass will be archived, and I won't miss the story. I may have to skip a character or two in those games on the polls, but I won't miss any of the major event stories because they'll be archived, and the resin I get will be slow resined or slow batteried in those games.
So you can spam farm when you do come back.
Yeah, but in Genshin there is no slow activation. When I come back, it'll be from a cold turkey start effectively, and the events will not be there. I'll have just missed whatever events are gone.
I keep writing every feedback form. Please just let us play that stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe I can come up with a more winsome way of phrasing it or something that maybe they'll listen to. But this has to be one of the most asked for features. This is one of those things that's kind of mysterious that they don't do, because there's literally nothing to be gained from them not doing it unless there's some technical reason that they can't, which is just really confusing what that could be.
Yeah, and I put in every single one add slow resin. I really, really want them to add slow resin because there are some days I just don't want to dump my battery or my resin, juice or my whatever.
Yeah, there are definitely days I just don't feel like doing anything, and I'm like, eh.
And if I don't dump it on a day in Star Rail or I don't dump it on a day in ZZZ, then it's not as efficient, but it's not the resin's not wasted. Like I can still accrue something.
Yeah, you're just paying a bit of a tax on it for not using it. That's all.
But in Genshin, it's just totally wasted. Like the account progress
Yeah,
totally
the
halts.
game basically, the game stops. It ceases to exist.
Yeah, and coming back becomes much harder after a break in Genshin because you don't have a backlog of resources you can do to play catch up with. And while it's not as big of a deal to have your characters built in Genshin, especially if you're not already clear in Spiral Abyss, like I don't full clear Spiral Abyss. I can get 33 stars, but I don't go for 36.
I can usually get 32. I usually can't make it to 33. There's usually something that gets in my way. Like this time, everything on one side has lightning, so I can't use my Clorinde team there, and everything on the other side keeps running all over the place, so I can't use Clorinde there either. Very frustrating.
Yeah. There are some characters coming up, or one character in particular coming up in Genshin that I do want to pull for. I really like the new cowgirl coming out. I think she's adorable, and the fact that she seems to make everybody I don't like angry makes me want her even more.
Because she's not black and fat with vitiligo.
Yeah, for some reason, she seems to have triggered people more than most.
I don't know why. What is it about her? It's I don't, because after the show last week, I went through Twitter, and in the space of a few minutes, I found like 20 odd unique artworks that people had drawn, which was redrawing her as a fat black girl with vitiligo.
Every time you say vitiligo, my brain reprocesses it as revitiligo.
Vitiligo. That's the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. Lucky son of a bitch.
But it's like, I don't know. She's just adorable to me. In all her animations, she gives me that giraffe energy. I do like my giraffes. I think they're adorable little giant marshmallows. Actually, they're not little at all. And the people calling her fat as cope, because there's the contingent, right, that wants her to be fatter, but there's also the contingent that wants to be mad at her because they call her fat. I'm like, have you looked above her waist? What happened to thick thighs save lives, you people? Weren't y'all all about this not 5 minutes ago?
Realistically, her model isn't really much different to any of the other characters.
Like her thighs are a little bit thicker. That's it.
I think that's actually a trick of the art design. I don't think the model actually does have thicker thighs.
Because the camera angle's so low on the character artwork.
But yeah, Varese is definitely a cute little what's the
Luchador?
Luchadora. Not luchador. Luchador would be male, wouldn't it?
Yes. But yeah, I got a picture. It's also probably because of her huge socks.
Could be.
She does have really big socks.
And you don't really have much in the way of a lightning driver, do you?
No, lightning's I have catching, but she's old and doesn't really work with the current stuff.
Pretend cat.
Yeah.
There was a piece of artwork got released of the cats of Genshin recently. A lot of people were confused because Ketching wasn't on there, and even more confused because Daya was.
Oh. I see. But yeah, it's Marisa looks adorable. I love her animations, her little body slams, and her dumb luchador mask and all that. It's fun times.
I have no idea what her numbers are like. I'm sure she's going to be cracked because she's a new Natlan 5-star.
Yeah, she's any new 5-star. Hoyo seems to be really big on the power creep lately. So I'm sure in
And she's Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, apparently she relies on plunging attacks and gets a lot of value out of Cloud Retainer, but you can play her without her.
No, there's like a new relic set, which is like pure plunge, basically. Everything in it is aimed at improving plunge.
Yeah. So I'll be able to make her work without Cloud Retainer, I'm sure.
No, she won't be designed to work with Cloud Retainer like obligately. They don't generally do that in Genshin. There's pretty much no character that's absolutely dependent on another character unless that character's named Bennett.
Yeah. And we're getting Neonson on her banner as well, who will be the dark penisless version of Bennett, with the total opposite buff field type mechanic.
Yeah, I'm sort of interested to see how that goes. Not really that interested in using Yansan necessarily, unless she's really effective, because it seems like every one of the supports, the general purpose low rarity supports that I get always seems to be a 4-star, and in a lot of cases also Electro. Like he, she needs to be better than Fischl in order for me to slot Yansan. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And Fischl's specialty is energy regen, which is the bracket on a lot of things that I do. Like the using Chlorine's ult, for instance, is really, really important for keeping her bond of life sort of at a reasonably high level, because you're constantly trying to get rid of it, trying to expend it, and you can basically shoot to the top of the meter with her ult. So you kind of want to be using it as often as possible, but even though it's not where most of her damage comes from. But yeah, Fischl's specialty is energy regen, but Yansan's is attack. It's not saying you can't use both of them, but I think I'd rather use Yomiko alongside Fischl so that the energy's just endless.
Yeah, it depends on what you're going for there with them. But yeah, I don't have a lightning driver at all. We've run into this issue before on a few bosses where lightning would have been very helpful, but I just didn't have a good lightning character available. Catching stopped working once we got to current world level. She just does not have the numbers.
It's not like you didn't like slap some really crappy piece of gear on her or something that caused her to be bad, did you?
No, I experimented with multiple gear sets. Remember? I was flipping her between the EM and the attack damage set, trying to make her work.
I don't know I don't know what you were trying to make her work with though.
Yeah, well, I don't either. It's been so long, but it it just kind of, the numbers just aren't there. No matter what you do, no matter what reaction you try, she is going to do less than raw hits from any character released Fontaine onwards. The only exception being a really good Hyper Bloom setup with Nahida. She can sometimes
To be fair,
squeak ahead with that, but that's a function of Hyper Bloom, not catching.
she did age better than Diluc, and she is of the same generation.
Yeah. Diluc is, well, Diluc got Cloud Retainer to help him out. I mean, if you want to go that route. So yeah, I'm looking at getting Verisa for gameplay reasons, but mostly because I think she's adorable. I like the Marshmallow Girls, and she has big marshmallow energy.
Did you ever watch the Grand Blue anime?
I did not.
In the anime, Namaya's like really short. Like really short.
Yeah,
Like
she's
not Charlotta short, not Carlotta short, but I mean still short.
she definitely feels shorter for a draft, but she's still as taller than Gran in the fighting game.
I'm pretty sure she's shorter than Gran in the anime. I could be misremembering.
In Relink, I think she might be a tad shorter than Gran, but it ain't by much.
I'm pretty sure she's shorter than Lyria in the anime.
But all the other drafts that I encounter, like Anila and Kumbira and all the other Marshmallow Girls, they're all relatively tall. It can be a little hard to see with Anila at first because she's so tiny in her hunched over state in fighting, but she has several animations where she stands up straight and she's just super tall. But she's hunched over with her Naginata normally, so you may not notice it at first, but then she gets on the sheep, and then she stands up straight to do the walking move, and you're like, oh, girl's actually got some legs. So
Yeah, I haven't decided what I'm going to do about Wilds yet. Like I'm not that keen to just jump on day one, because it's going to be a bit of a dog to tune it for my PC to begin with. Even though the opinion of the the benchmark is that it will work. I don't know how much fiddling about it's going to take to get it to work in actual combat and at an acceptable level. And I'm a bit sort of apprehensive about spending the massive sum of money just to find out if it will work. It might end up getting to be a refund if it's too bad. But also, it's a simultaneous release port because it is a port. It's not made for PC, but it's being released simultaneously. And usually, even if the PC port comes after the original one, it usually still riddled with bugs. So I'm kind of apprehensive about how well the whole game will work, as opposed to the carefully curated parts that they distribute for open beta. So I'm hesitant to jump on straight away. And even if it's really good, it's like, well, exactly how am I going to curate my time expenditure to allow me to actually spend some time playing this game? Because Monster Hunter, I find at least, is a very time-consuming game to play.
Yeah, it's a free time vampire that needs monofocus if you're gonna get into it.
Yeah, like it sits in the same slot as an MMO does for me. Like, this is the mono game if I'm going to go in on it.
Yeah. So it's I'm checking it out right when it comes out. If it comes out that turns out to be a disaster on day one, may refund the dumb thing. But we'll have to see.
Because
Impossible.
there's nothing really stopping you refunding and then buying it again later.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I'll check it out at launch. Because while it is at the increased price point in the U.S., it's not at the. We have two increased price points in the U.S. We have the baby up of $70, which is what's being pushed as the new standard, and then we have the super increased price points of $80 to $100, and it's only at the first step at $70. So I can check it for that.
Who is asking for the 80 to 100?
I think it was EA that put one out last time.
It would be, wouldn't it?
I forget what game, but I have seen that price tag.
Probably FIFA or something that they've got a lock on like that.
Yeah. So I'll check it out and see what it's like. We'll go from there. Just the rate of inflation, I can take $70 because I know inflation's that bad. I don't like it, but I mean the value of our dollar has gone down. Simple fact of life. The fact that we've held off this long is kind of impressive.
It's not really about whether I can afford it. I mean, I can afford it, of course. If I can afford to play a gacha game, I can afford to buy Monster Hunter. It's just that I'm number one kind of offended by it, and number two, I don't know if it's going to work.
Yeah.
Like the thing is that a game working against Fattest Jagras is not the same thing as the game working against Xeno'jiiva.
Yeah,
because
one of those things has particle effects.
Murder. One of the things is going to murder the shit out of your graphics card, and the other one is just going to be fat and roll over.
Yeah, so we'll see with Monster Hunter. Before I jump on the main game I've been playing, the only plans I have for Hoyo games at the moment for pulls are in Star Rail. The only thing on my radar right now is Wowo and probably Castoris when she comes out because I think she's cute. None of the other characters have attached to me or they're icky boys, and I've had to pull 2 of those already. That's too many. So I'll be getting another.
Maybe Barbara.
Yeah, maybe
Space Barbara.
Maybe Space Barbara, but that's we're looking at 3+ months.
Way down the line.
Yeah, that's so far away. It's not even worth thinking about.
I think Hyacine is expected for like 0.3, 0.4, depending on the way the plot shakes out.
Yeah, so like at least 3 months away. So not even on the radar in Star Rail. ZZZ Ambi Pro Max is on the radar. Her stunner companion might be on the radar. I might give her the Yanagi treatment though, and even though she would be helpful, pass up on her. Depends on how much Ambi needs stun. Needs a stun partner.
You have a Chingy. I don't have a Chingy. I need a stunner.
Yeah. So and I Haramasa requires too much muscle memory adjustment, and mine is not built. It's the DPS that got sacrificed. Anytime there's
And he's a
Electro,
Nicky boy.
yeah, he's a Nicky boy. So anytime there's Electro and ZZZ, it really bites me in the butt, and is by far the hardest thing for me to deal with. Um, so I really want to get an Electro driver I can actually attach to, and I've liked Ambi. She is good. She is best as good girl for when you start the game, and I have actually busted her out in Shiyu defenses instead of Kingi
I
when I need
use
a
it every
faster
Shield
stun.
defense.
If I need a
I use
fat,
every Shield defense.
if
I got no choice. She's been doing work since day one for me.
yeah, if stun speed is more important than stun damage, then she gets busted out over Chingy because she stuns so much faster than Chingy does. I will rip the pieces off of Chingy and give them to Anby because I only have one set of good stun gear. So they will often trade gear. But yeah, so looking at Ambi Pro Max, and that's where we're at on that one. Still have not experimented with Evelyn very much. Got her built now, but I have not sat down and played with her because I've had other games I want to play. In Genshin, lots of characters coming out that I want to roll for. I've got 20,000 ish primos, I think, and 19.1k primos and 9 intertwined fates. And this is going to be cutting it close with Farina and Verisa right next to each other.
I'd completely forgotten about Farina. You're also going to pull for her, aren't you? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's going to be cutting it real tight. Now, I don't need the weapon for Farina, so it's just to get the character and get out of the gotcha moment. But it's
The
going to
weapon is good, but it's not necessary because most of her power comes from her raw kit.
Yeah, so I don't need it for that. I don't know about Verisa yet. And whether I'll have to go for her weapon.
She's a DPS and she's plunge focused, so
It's probably
I
going to be.
expect there's going to be a really powerful plunge weapon or something like that. I think she's Catalyst.
Yeah, and that makes it even more likely I'll have to grab her weapon.
Because your Catalysts are in high demand.
Yeah. So we'll have to see with her. After that, the only characters on the radar really, I don't care for most of the characters that have been revealed afterwards. I don't really want to pull for Skirk.
I do. I want to make Cryo great again.
Yeah, I'm not in on the Cryo train.
I mean, we don't even know that she is Cryo. She just gives off a Cryo vibe. And
yeah.
Genshin is the only Hoyo game where characters regularly, their element and their design regularly clash violently.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not interested in her. The other characters we don't know anything about, but at least a few of them are icky boys.
One of them is thought to be one of the Fatui, the little girl Fatui, the most evil little girl Fatui.
Yeah. So yeah, not really looking at those. The only rerun characters I want to get are I would like to get Fishwife because I like having healers, and I like Kokomi, and I would like to get Nailu just so we can run the Nailu meme teams.
It's so inadvisable to go full Nailu. This is definitely not going to pay off in a meta terms, but
it will be fun. So I want Nailu for the memes, and I want Kokomi because I like Kokomi, and that's really it for Genshin in pull-in plans. And Kokomi should, as people are saying,
you only want everything. People keep saying, "Oh, Kokomi," and she's been featured a lot recently, and it's her birthday and stuff recently. But there have not been any actual rumors coming from testing that there's any banners in the offing for her. I mean, it's about time. Like, it would make sense from a timescale perspective.
Yeah.
But there's actually no reason to believe that she is going to be rerun, other than the vibe feels right.
Yeah. So I've got 3 rerun characters. Farina's for sure Z's coming, and then Nailu and Kokomi on the rerun watch, and one of the new characters I'm gonna pull for. After that, don't have an eye out for any of the confirmed or new characters, and I don't have a particularly eye for any of the other reruns besides Nailu and Kokomi. So basically, I'll just be waiting for those banners and seeing what happens. I'm not saying I couldn't get enticed by a new character that comes out or gets announced if they're adorable, but
Yeah, I'm more or less going to be bunkering down until Skirk, unless there's somebody comes out that just looks really cool, or they release 5-star Ningguang, I guess.
yeah. So there is a rough pulling plan in Genshin, but we have no clue when the next Nailu rerun's going to go, so that one may as well not be on the list. And Kokomi,
It hasn't been all that long, has it?
no,
Didn't she get rerun
it's like
comparatively recently?
yeah, it's like 9 months ago or something like that. Not in Genshin terms, that's not too long ago. So she could be a while. And Kokomi, while people are talking about it, she would just be a nice to have. I would not wail for Kokomi, but I would throw whatever I had at her if I wasn't planning on pulling for anything immediately after.
Yeah, I've only got about 16k primos or something like that, but I also got like 5 zones to clear or something.
Yeah.
So if I really, really, really wanted it, I could just knuckle down and harvest.
I still got Fontaine to do. But yeah, it's a good time, I think, for the game to go into break mode. But unfortunately, I'll miss events, and I may just have to suck it up and say that's the breaks. I cannot play everything all at once, so some sacrifice may have to be made.
Like you have spared you've spared my feelings not at all in lecturing me on how I'm playing too many gachas. Just take some of your own advice.
like that's just the breaks on that. I don't have a problem putting ZZZ or Star Rail in break mode because I'm not really losing out on anything in those. Only
I guess I'm not really thinking about losing out on things. I just on a sort of like a instinctual personal level, I find the routine of dailies sort of comforting. So I know what I'm going to do this evening. I'm not going to end up doom scrolling. That's part of why I do so many of them, because I know what will happen is if I don't have something that I'm focused on, then I'll start to doom scroll.
Yeah,
And I don't want that.
That's why when single player games or another game becomes active, the gotchas take a back seat because I have something else I want to do.
Yeah, at present the role for that has been reading the Honkai Impact third story, because that I've spent probably a couple hundred hours in that game now, and most of it has just been story. It is a very long story. I guess this is its 8th anniversary at the moment. 8th anniversary for Honkai Impact third is currently on. So yeah, there's a lot of material there. And even though I've missed all of the events and don't get to see any of those stories, so some of the things I refer to are a little bit confusing. But that's been sort of like the fallback. But once that's done, Honkai Impact third will basically go on the shelf in between major plot events, because I'm not so dedicated to that particular branch of the franchise that I feel the urge to be present for all the events. I don't even attempt to clear most of the stuff most weeks. Occasionally, if I'm bored, I'll go and do a few rounds of Abyss and pick up some premium currency, but I'm just not that enthused. I don't have the energy to spare, and it feels way worse than ZZZ to play, because it's basically the prototype for ZZZ, for what later became the ZZZ engine.
Yeah.
So, and it feels prototypey. It feels very prototypey. It's like, I can see the ancestry here, but you can tell one of them is the unevolved version.
Yeah. But if I take a break from ZZZ and Star Rail, the only thing I miss out on is characters that are coming out at the time. Now, there is some concern in Star Rail of the way the meta has progressed. If they don't do enough for older characters, I
think that they're going to. It's a matter of time scale, but I think that Star Rail is going to be the venue which puts the nail in the idea of moving characters, like always going to be moved out of the meta within 2 versions. Like
Yeah,
I think that they're going to aim to bring that down because a JRPG is not sustainable in that. It's not sustainable in that format. You can do it with Genshin because even if like Kitching is your waifu, you can still spend most of your time in Genshin maining Kitching because you're just wandering around the world murdering hillachurls. There's not actually a problem there. You're still going to be engaged with playing that character. Not so in Star Rail, and they need to tackle that if they want the game to have longevity. They don't have a choice.
yeah, because the worry with putting Star Rail on the shelf is that I will be totally locked out of in-game if I take a break for a couple months. Like, it won't even
I
be.
don't think I don't think that they're going to do that because that problem is already starting to rear its head. They have to solve it. They've got no choice.
Yeah. So that's a slight worry, but Star Rail is my lowest priority out of all three of the Hoyo games. Um, in general,
Star Rail is my highest priority, but it's also the lowest impact on time. So resolving a new patch in Star Rail to complete everything in it takes a very short amount of time completed compared to a lot of the others. The ZZZ would be competitive if they didn't have the Arpeggio fault guy on their team,
yeah, those events are very chunky.
and it's
But
mostly just flab too. It's not content.
but the thing about those chunky events, while I'll miss out on the insanely ludicrous primo rewards and have to skip a character or two, I will still be able to do the event in full from the beginning of the
Yeah,
game in that game.
you won't miss any story. You will just. I don't know what they're gonna do for things like full booze. Like they're gonna put bots in. I don't know.
And they may just leave that part out, but the rest of the event's still there, and the
Okay.
story of the event's still there.
Yeah, that's the important part, if you want to call it that. Although the important parts are total runtime of about 2 minutes in that story.
Yeah, the not a whole lot of
It-
chunk in that one, but
Mostly Bang Boo beauty pageant.
it's worth it to see Eos at the end. He's so happy.
It's true. He is a very happy Bang Boo. He has a very low self-esteem for a Bang Boo too. Like he's constantly running himself down as an out-of-date model.
Yeah, but don't worry, he's got all his friends there to pep him up, and he feels so good by the end of it.
One of his friends is Emilian.
You know, I'm not saying he has good taste in friends. I just said
There's
they're there for him.
there's there's quite a bit of Emilian in the fishing event, and I'm like, what did Nicole do to this poor Bang Boo? Something is seriously wrong with this Bang Boo.
Well, it's Nicole's Bang Boo.
Well, Nicole has two Bang Boos now, remember?
Doesn't? Yeah, this is ringing a bell. I was very tired during the fishing event.
They no, this is the one that you fish out of the water, right?
Yeah,
The Shark Boo.
yeah.
And it turns out that he was working for a gang or whatever, but he gets adopted by the Cunning Hares, and they mention this later.
I see.
That the Shark Boo, was it Bling Boo? I think it was something like that.
Oh, yeah,
Bling.
it's coming back to me now.
They adopt him as the second Bang Boo of the Cunning Hares because they're stealing the power to charge Emilian anyway, so they don't really care if they have to take in another Bang Boo.
Oh dear. So yeah, that's where we're at with Hoyo stuff. It's there's a lot going on with it. So the thing I actually want to talk about this week, new Trails game came out. This has been happening at a slightly faster clip because we're playing catch up. The part of the reason I think we're getting the Trails in the Sky remake now is to let the West synchronize with the releases of the future games, and why Kai will be the last one with the time delay. Because
What engine are they remaking it on?
the current one, the current Daybreak / Kai engine, but I do not remember for the life of me what it's called.
Well, I don't care what the engine is called. I just want to know where in the continuity they're going to pull the engine from.
Yeah, it's going to be the most recent one. So it's going to be the hybrid real time / turn based one. Now, in practice, if you've only played Sky or the Crossbow games, or even the early Cold Steel games, you're not going to feel that much of a swap if you in this engine. The real time bit is going to feel in the first Daybreak game anyway, going to feel a little clunk. But the turn based is going to feel very similar because basically what they did was they introduced a bit of a real time element to make going through trash faster, and that you can kill it without engaging in the turn based mode. If you just really overlevel it or you don't want to, you can kill it in the overworld mode. You won't get as good rewards because it's faster to do so. But you can, if you want to save time, you can do that. And the turn-based mode is basically cutting all the fat and extra crap they put in by the end of Reverie. They had bolted on so many subsystems and bonus junk to the combat system that it was totally unbalanced. There was no salvaging it. It was so out of whack. So they used it as a way to hard reset the turn-based aspect of the combat to something much more manageable, closer to the Crossbell games. Not quite as bare bones as Sky, but not anywhere near what we were getting in the Cold Steel and Reverie games. So it turned it into a much more manageable thing. They lowered all the numbers considerably, took away a lot of characters' delay and the inherent delay in a lot of the quartz, putting it just on the impede quartz, which, while still handy to have, the delay numbers have been reduced so significantly that you will not see a return on it unless you stack them. And then you're sacrificing damage to do so, so it's more balanced in that regard. Because the previous games, the strategy that is immediately obvious as the optimal way to play is to just never let the enemy take a turn. And they needed to do away with that. They needed to do away with the battle order system, which was just a total broken mess from point of implementation of just being too overpowered. And doing away with the old break system and replacing it with the current stun system, where if you built up a break bar, kind of similar to depleting the break bar in Star Rail, the enemy would lose a turn and take bonus damage. But in addition to that, it was not just they lose a turn when the break bar got filled. It would bump them so far down on the turn order in the Cold Steel 3 and 4 that they would never get a turn again. And so building,
might as well have been the health bar.
Yeah, if you had any delay anywhere, it was game over for that enemy. And they really went more focus on AT bonuses in the later games as things started to get really complicated, and got some really obscure wackadoodle AT bonuses depending on the turns that rolled through combat. That a lot of fights could feel RNG if you couldn't get the usual strats to work, because AT bonuses could just roll totally in your favor and you steamroll it or not. So they nerfed AT bonuses to not be as dramatic, because it never feels good for the 50% health recovery AT bonus to land on the boss's turn and undo 10 minutes of damage. So they've nerfed.
Yeah, I think I would probably just reset the fight if that happened. Like, the one that comes to mind is that really big long fight near the end of Sky 1, where I can't remember who it was you're fighting. It's sort of like on the edge of a precipice, maybe in the castle.
Oh, the one where you fight low with Chloe and Estelle and Joshua might be there.
Yeah, I think he was. If everybody got, if some boss got half their health back in that fight, I think I would just cry and reset it, because that fight just takes so long and it's so hard.
Yeah, there's an achievement for beating that fight. You're not supposed to win it.
Oh.
Yeah, you can lose that fight. It's a fight that's supposed to be just barely on the edge of doable, but you can lose it and the story still progresses. And that's all that changes, is a little bit of that cutscene. It's supposed to be balls to the walls hard, because Flo or
I thought it was
Luve.
just bad
No, he's
because it's
supposed
like,
to be that
oh,
rough.
I'm not going to use any of this sort of delay crap that everybody's using. I'm going to try and play this the way it was actually designed to be played. And I was like, why do I keep losing?
Yeah,
Why is keep dying? I have to start again.
I think the current pronunciation actually is finally settled on Luve as his name. But yeah, Luve is supposed to kick your butt. That fight is meant to showcase just how strong that guy is, and that's him holding back. Like he's the Blade Master of Ouroboros for a reason.
Who wins between him and Estelle's dad?
Estelle's dad.
Okay, so he's not all that then.
Well, Estelle's dad is a force of nature that gets labeled as an act of war if he enters the neighboring country of Erebonia. So, you know,
Well,
that's
I think Logis needs to get good then. He should get good.
yeah. So that's that with those games. So I think that's why they're remaking the Trails in the Sky games is to give NIS America time to catch up and release Daybreak 2 uh and Kai. And Kai is supposed to be. Everybody loves Kai. Everybody says it finally answers a whole lot of the questions for the meta arcs and sets us up to go into the finale arc. But they also have praised Daybreak 2 as we led up to it, and now they seem to be turning on it, which I don't understand. And I would not have known this, and intended to keep myself isolated until I mentioned the Cluck and Chicken song earlier. When the Cluck and there's a bonus dungeon in Daybreak 2, because a lot of the story takes place inside the major cities of Calvern, so there isn't a whole lot of time to go exploring on the roads or under the sewers or wherever. And I guess they didn't feel like contriving a reason to have you go out there. So they contrive a reason instead for you to go test some digital environment for the Marduk company, where you can do your grinding by going into the digital world. And this is treated as a bonus dungeon. You can run it as much as you want or as little as you want for marginal rewards. But it's mostly just a place to always have somewhere you can grind accessible, without having to come up with even more convoluted reasons to have the cast go leave the city when it doesn't make any sense. And each floor of the dungeon has different theming in its aesthetic, its enemies, and its music. And its music is often throwback music. And most of the time, okay, they pick an iconic battle theme. And then on one, they pick the Cluckin' Chickens.
Well, you can't seriously claim it's not iconic.
It's iconic for all the wrong reasons. But I had to go look up the Cluckin' Chicken song and see see what the deal with them reusing it was and what the commentary was with the Cluckin' Chickens making a return. For thankfully only one floor. But yeah, it led me to a bunch of threads of people complaining about Daybreak 2 for reasons that totally don't make any sense to me. Like, all the Trails games since Cold Steel 3 have experimented with methods of telling the story slightly differently. And in Daybreak 2, their method is they split the party, basically. Arkwright Solutions gets divided in two, with Van going out and doing investigation into the third Genesis, or the 8th Genesis, to finish the set, which are all tied to the Septarian of Time, and Agnes, the lead girl of the Calvert games. But because Agnes herself is too young to really go out, she's still a kid. She's Van's secretary, basically. She gets left at home to do the Spriggan work while Van's off investigating the major problem with the adult characters and Fairy for some reason. Fairy being a kid who, I have a picture, is there to be the comic child relief in most scenes in this one. She has a character arc, but hang on, I gotta find it. I'm sure I've got it around here somewhere. There it is. This will illustrate how naive poor Fairy is. So that's your girl. But all the adults and Van are off doing main plot stuff, and Agnes and Swin and Nadia, two characters introduced in Reverie and introduced in one of the in-game books before that. The only book in-game so far that's been required reading. Thankfully, it's not a very long one. Are stuck at home doing Spriggan stuff, and they are going to reconvene after the interlude chapter, after Act 2, which is the halfway point. But this just sits weird with some people. I guess they just really enjoyed their grinding on the roads instead of having a dedicated grinding area. But the simple fact of the matter is, the story they're trying to tell does not allow for a whole lot of deviation and going off on the roads this time around. So I don't get the complaint. Like it is a preference thing, but it doesn't seem like something to freak out about. That we're going on into a dedicated grinding area instead of going on the roads, and the party's split because they want to tell the focus story inside the city, and that doesn't make any sense for them to leave the city, the major cities and towns, if the way they've got it set up. So instead, we just have the dedicated grinding area that's mostly segregated from the rest of the story, so that we can still have the action gameplay. I don't get it. It does not do anything positive or negative for me. It just lets the story stay more focused in the areas it's happening in. I guess you can not like the disconnected grind, but every JRPG will have a disconnected grind at some point. All this does is codify it as totally separate from the narrative instead of intermittently separated whenever you get behind. So, not really sure what the deal with that is. But I like the structure they've got set up for Act 1 and 2 so far. I think it's really cool. Apparently, people have a lot of issues with Ouroboros this time and the darker tone in the series, but after the shenanigans they pulled in Cold Steel 3 in particular, of them doing a whole lot of fake outs and reading that won't be necessary, and having stuff just stop, actually following through with villain threats and seeing some of the darker consequences of actions that the villains have set up really ups the stakes a little bit, and has been something desperately needed as the series has matured. And so I'm not sure where people are on about that. And I even saw some people complaining about the character motivations for Act 1. Like, you do realize that Agnes is a kid. Right? And that Van is already an established character who is dealing with his own internal problems, but they're adult problems. They're not simple problems. He has things like he has to pay the bills.
I don't want to pay bills, man. Paying bills sucks.
But I really don't know what people's complaints are with it so far, because it just seems like a bunch of tourists that have come late to the franchise that are just looking for things to complain about and being overly nitpicky on a series they know nothing about. Like, we've had ups and downs, and Cold Steel 3 was definitely a down point. But I still liked Cold Steel 3. Like, the Cold Steel series in general had Reen as not as strong a protagonist, but it still was fine. He's not the worst protagonist in the world. He still works.
Well, that it sounds like that particular arc suffered too much from trying to be Persona.
Yeah, well,
trying to have too much of a character dating focus.
Yeah, Van has a girlfriend. It's not he vehemently denies it and tries to cut the relationship off whenever it starts to develop, but he has a canon ship. And it's not his secretary, thankfully. It's one of the Bracer girls that he went to school with. And they are very aggressive in the shipping of Van with her. Like, the Calvert arc will end with them getting married. There is no...
Whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's a very mature relationship of two older adults that tried to hang out and get together in high school, but now they've got their own jobs and they're trying to work through life and their own responsibilities as big deals and influencers in the Calvert Republic. But they still have feelings for each other. But they tried it and it didn't work. And should they get back together again and humming and hawing about it? So either one of them's going to die or they're going to get married. And because of just how much screen time they've spent on this. So they're doing the polar opposite of the Persona thing now. Van doesn't date his party members. In fact,
Why are they all like way younger than him?
it's about half of them are. It's half and half. Half are younger characters to act as proxy points for them. Basically, they need to have younger characters that are a bit more naive to ask questions, so that we can have some questions about Calvert answered, because Calvert is technically a new area. We've never been there before.
And Van already knows everybody and everything.
Yeah, it's become a running joke that anytime, in fact, it's not a joke, it's just a fact. Anytime in the previous game, somebody in the active cast with a name has mentioned they know a guy in Calvert, that guy is Van. Which is doubly funny because until Daybreak 1, Van is just a dude with an odd job agency. And Van is not incompetent, and he's not incapable, and is fairly martially strong, having trained under Barkhorn, but he's not special. And I really enjoy Van as a protagonist. I think Van works the best as all in term narratively. Van is the best they've done for a protagonist. I think a lot of it goes with actually setting him up as an adult with a canon ship and real adult problems, and having to think about the greater picture of things. And for the younger kids in his employ, the in-game running joke is that he can't stop gaining employees even though he desperately doesn't want any. And his landlords just kind of let them move in to Van's the studio apartments above Van's office. So they all come live in the Capitol with him. And it's implied that they do it just to needle Van. Because while he doesn't do anything mean enough for them to kick him out, he still drives them nuts. So they're like, oh yeah, your new employees could totally live here at the office. We got all those studio apartments that aren't rented out to anybody. We'll just put it on your tab. But you got all that going on. And Van has to act as a surrogate parent to a lot of these younger people in his group, because people like Ferry and Aaron. Aaron's in, like, I think he's 19 or 20, so he's technically an adult, but he's still a young adult and needs a dad figure who he never had. And Ferry had no parents, basically. Growing up as a Muslim XP terrorist. Make of that what you will. The Middle Eastern Jaeger groups. So Van has to act as her papa, even though he desperately doesn't want to. These are character moments that just work much better from a character building perspective for the protagonist, and make Van interesting to see how he has to adjust to all these new problems that keep popping up. But still, they're problems with people he grows to care about relatively quickly, despite trying to act as the cool loner type. And the whole point of Daybreak 1 is him having to finally get over that. And they don't undo it in Daybreak 2. He's clearly learned a lot of relying on other people and being a supportive figure to the people that are underneath him. So it's in general a very good story that Van's got going on. I like all the stuff to do with Van.
And his love affair with his vehicle.
Yeah, so far, the truck has not had a whole lot of opportunity to shine because of the lack of road travel. But there is a side quest that involves him in the area where Heiue is based. Helping locate the stolen mafia car. And his line to the quest giver is something like, As a casual fan of Orbital Cars myself, and the entire party is like, casual fan, he says, in just the most eye-rolly way possible. So it's been pretty good so far. I've enjoyed the game and the gameplay changes they made so far. They've really cleaned up the on-field section of combat, which is kind of difficult to describe because it's not the main part of combat. But when you're just out doing the grinding in the dungeon, having that on-field section cleaned up a lot and seamlessly transitioned into the turn-based thing a bit nicer, with the stun bars filling a bit faster and it being easier to build up the gauge for power attacks to stun faster to get the preemptive strike when you transition into the turn-based mode is it just feels way cleaner. They've cleaned up the animation work a lot, which is something that's a game feel thing that's hard to describe. But if you watch gameplay between Daybreak 1 and 2, they've started to get a handle on it. And I've seen clips from Kai as well, the game that comes after this one, where they cleaned it up even more, and it looks really, really good. So they're continuing to improve on that, and the turn-based gameplay is still a lot of fun. And as much as I just bagged on AT bonuses before, I like playing these games on hard mode or nightmare mode out the gate, because it makes the AT bonuses meaningful and it makes your quartz layouts meaningful. You won't be able to face roll your way through the game if you do that. There's still some thought that goes into it, and it got me thinking about something. There is a solution to part of Star Rail's problem that could go a long way to helping it out. Star Rail has a JRPG problem in that it is currently just a numbers game. But it actually has a mechanic it stole from the Trails series that it could leverage with one more tweak to its system. And it's already got half of it there. And that's the turn breaking with with its version of S-Crafts with character ultimates. If you added AT bonuses and the ability to steal them when your turn comes around, if you save your ultimate, that could add a lot of dynamicism to the combat of Star Rail. It would also send people off for a wobbler because it would introduce RNG into things, and I don't know how well they would accept that. But it is an option, and it's what the Trail series settled on pretty quick, is planning your...
Didn't they already do that?
They might have.
Ghost hunting?
They might have. Might be why I like that event.
Yeah, there's buffs that can go to the enemy or to you that are really, really impactful on the fight, and you can just start firing your ults up front, or you can hold your ult until it would steal the buff from an enemy, and then when you've stolen it enough times to charge your special ability, you fire the special ability.
Yeah. So they've experimented with this before. I do not know what the reception of it was back in then. I was not playing then.
No, I started playing at the tail end of that event, so I don't know anything about how people felt about it.
But this is how Trails keeps its combat from getting stale encounter to encounter as AT bonuses. Do you want to blow an S break now? Because S breaks are much more limited in the Calvert games. They're not in the previous Trails games. It's very easy to blow your S crafts willy nilly and have functionally infinite CP to go crazy with one or two characters S crafts and just steal whatever AT bonuses you want with the right setup. The Calvert games put a hard lock on it. You start.
This is the problem with the Star Rail is that too much of your kit is tied up in your ult.
Yeah.
And a lot of characters will cease to function if you try and do something without it. Like, they're not limited in scope like an S-Craft is. An S-Craft is basically, it's a trump card ability of sorts, but your character's entire build isn't focused around what the S-Craft does.
Yeah. And the primary purpose of S-Crafts is to S-break and steal AT bonuses. But even that is too much and too powerful. In is what they found and why they've adjusted it for the Calvert games. In the Calvert games, you have an additional meter underneath your at the bottom left-hand corner of the combat screen. There's a new meter, and it starts with 3 bars, and these bars fill up over time. They start with 3 of them, and to use an S-Craft, you have to consume 2 of them to put a character in an enhanced state called S-Boost. So if you start the fight, you can S-break out the gate with 1 character and you'll be down to 1 bar. and as you take and deal damage, you'll fill those bars back up. And anytime you have at least 2 of them, you can put a character in S boost. Now, here's the kicker. While you are in S boost, you do get enhanced stats and a bonus effect based on what quartz you have equipped, but you can only S craft once while in S boost, and then you have to wait until it ends and reboost. Cannot end it early. So you cannot S craft spam. This is a huge departure from the previous Trails games that really got out of hand with their S-Craft spam, and why the Calvert combat is so much more engaging.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of Final Fantasy 12, right? It had a really strange limit break system, but once you understood it well enough, you would go into a fight and you would trigger the limit break, and then you would just go from limit to limit to limit to limit to limit to limit, and every fight basically became chain spamming limit breaks.
Yeah.
It was a really obtuse system, but it allowed you to completely exploit it once you understood how.
Yeah, and the Trails games definitely started to fall into this later, where blowing out as many S-Crafts as you could was the path of least was even, and if you stack delay on top of it, it was totally game breaking. By limiting
Yeah, that was the thing. Other thing with the limits in FF12, they took no time.
Yeah,
no time passed while they were going on, so you could chain them forever, and you were immortal as long as you kept doing that.
yeah. That also had the summon system, which was equally as broken.
I never even used it because the limits were so powerful.
Yeah. So yeah, the new S boost system limiting the amount of S crafts you can do radically changes how you play the game. They've also made it so you can still hold up to 200 CP at a time, but S crafts will only ever cost a maximum of 1. So even if you S break, it is now much more focused on being a strategic placement of a super ability that's going to delay your next turn by quite a bit when you do it. But you will not be totally drained when you do it either. So it adds a whole lot of depth to the thinking of your turns that you don't have in the other Trails games, especially the ones that started adding things like the battle command system, where you just got free actions every turn that you very easily accrued points for, that could do things like make you invulnerable. So I've really enjoyed playing through the game so far. I just have not had the time to really dive into it. I'm still in Act 2, and it's a 5-act game. So I'm not even halfway through yet. And I want to put more time into it, but it just, like I said before, the gotchas have got to go on the back seat. I cannot obsess about it. And a lot of it is mind switching. Like, the raw amount of time to just do the dailies once you're in gotcha mode is probably not that long. But there's an extra 15 to 30 minutes of brain switching time that I have to go through. I don't know if it's the same for you, when jumping between the gotcha games and a different style of game.
I don't know, it's been a long time since I've really committed to a different style of game. I haven't analyzed the phenomenon in any great depth. If I engage with Monhan, then it will be probably the first one in quite some time, because I've been so thoroughly underwhelmed by most recent offerings in video games. Like, nothing has really grabbed me. And so I since I went back to Genshin, I basically haven't really taken on any single player games, because from my point of view, a lot of them are a risky proposition because they have an enormous upfront price tag, and well, it might also suck because so many of them suck now, right? Like, many years ago, even if I would just play games at random because there was a good chance, better than even chance, that it would at least be decent. Nowadays, there's a better than even chance you're wasting your time.
Yeah. So yeah. So this is not the last you'll hear of me talking about Daybreak 2. I'm hoping next week I'll have a lot of time just to chew into it and really grind through it. But we'll have to see on time, and the gotchas are going to have to take a backseat, even just to cut dailies out, because I usually try to do them in the mornings, but if I can move my afternoon sleep into evenings and adjust the time I would put into doing dailies and getting in the gacha headspace to mow through those and just jump straight into Daybreak 2 and go get the engine rolling, I'll be able to progress a lot better with it, and it'll feel like a better experience, I think. So I think I'm going to wind up doing that for the next weeks and try and punch through it because I'm enjoying what I've got so far, and I'm really enjoying the new Ouroboros Anguis that's in the game. He's been teased for a long time, and he showed up in the last game briefly, but his title is the Thousand Oathbreaker, and
So
let's
don't loan him any cash.
yeah don't do that. But he's an Anguist, not an enforcer. He's higher up on the totem pole, and he shows how he got that nickname. And he is easily the most evil of the Ouroboros people we've seen so far. He will kill people just because in horrible
How
ways.
many of these people are there?
7 Anguises and 20 enforcers and a grandmaster.
And that's the whole organization?
They have more underlings underneath them that are like the enhanced Jaeger units. But those are like fodder, and they have the archaisms.
Well, I thought that the Jaegers were a state entity.
The Jaegers are basically mercenaries, but Jaeger is a generic term. Some of them are operated by like Le Mans State and Ambria. Jaegers operate under the government, but in Crossbell and Calvard, they're just mercenaries.
So it's a generic term like mercenary. It's not just that they are a group of mercenaries.
Yeah, some states utilize them as their de facto military. The smaller states usually, but and in the case of Northumbria, the Jaegers practically run it, but they're not owned by the state by default. It just means mercenary, basically. Another word for it. But yeah, Ouroboros is an organization that is quite big, all things considered, much bigger than we thought. But people's affiliations with Ouroboros are usually loose because the enforcers are given total freedom to do whatever the hell they think is necessary to accomplish what orders the Anguishes give them, and the Anguis's orders are usually very broad, and they can even have infighting with each other, and the Grandmaster doesn't care. The Anguisses, however, are beholden to the Grandmaster. They have to do what the Grandmaster says. There is no wiggle room given for them at all, other than the methods they use to pursue whatever she says the goal is. They are 100% loyal to the Grandmaster, and most of the Anguisses are bad people. The only exception is Arianrod.
How are they both bad people and absolutely loyal?
This is
there's a lot of a very unique character archetype that you would have to gather up in one place.
This is why the Ouroboros people are so interesting, because all of them walk this line and have a air of mystery about them, and usually have something else going on with their place in the greater workings of Zemuria. And it's been heavily hinted so far, and I get the feeling we're gonna in this game and probably the one after it, get some answers that confirm it. That the Zemuria we know has been around the block before, thanks to the Septarian of Time, and that the people involved with the Ouroboros have seen things happen maybe more than once, and are trying to do something to stop something that's coming in the future. And the Grandmaster just sees this as the only way to get this crap done. So the other gimmick for Daybreak 2 is the Genesis that Agnes has been collecting, or Agnes. They changed the pronunciation between games.
Agnes is the way it would be pronounced in Italian or modern ecclesiastical Latin.
Yeah. So they where in the open, this isn't a spoiler really because it happens in the prologue. Van and Elaine die horribly, and the Genesis that Agnes is carrying activates and sends everybody back in time. And nobody notices it the first time. There's just a faint feeling of deja vu, but it's enough to correct the timeline so that Van looks worried at Agnes and almost stops her from uh, heading away from him because he thinks he might need more help on scene. But then he changes his mind and him and Elaine go off. But Agnes thinks this is weird and calls in some help anyway. And this is enough help to stop Van and Elaine from getting murdered horribly in the prologue. And then in as the Act 1 begins, they time loop again after Swin, Nadia, and Agnes die horribly to a to one of the big bads, and they have a bit more than deja vu the first time they loop, and then they go get Zen from the Sky series to come help them out because he's based in Calvard. And
He's the big
yeah,
loser guy, right?
yeah, and he's not enough, and they all die again, and they loop again, and this time they have a bit of a clearer understanding of, oh, we've done this before. We're looping through time. And this time, they go get Walter the Direwolf from Ouroboros to go help them. And this time, they don't die. At least during
So
the.
they've got Ouroboros on tap as well.
No, Walter's beating up people trying to find Zen, and they bump into him looking for trying to think of who else they can go to, and he kind of because he knows Elaine knows Zen, weasels his way into the party. And it just decides to follow them around because he knows Zen will eventually show up if he follows these idiots and makes trouble for him eventually. And
Why
so,
has he got such an axe to grind to get Zen? Zen seems like a nice guy.
because they went to the same school and Walter killed their master. Same martial arts dojo school. The person that has the biggest axe to grind against Walter, though, is Van, because Walter picked up his truck with one hand and chucked it and broke his truck. Yeah. Van was not happy. This is a entire side mission that goes on for like an hour in Daybreak 1, is how much Van doesn't like Walter the Direwolf because he broke his truck. So that works, and it turns out the solution to solving the problem is, yeah, these are technically people that are being mind controlled that are murdering you, but if you bring Walter the Direwolf with you, he doesn't care and is going to just hit them really, really hard. So your little bracer no kill policy doesn't really matter to him, and he will punch them into a totally comatose state with broken bones everywhere, barely leaving them alive, and probably murdering a few of them. But you'll get out alive this time and won't have to time loop this time.
So they don't know why they're repeating sections of time?
The Genesees are acting on their own, effectively. Anytime Van or Agnes dies, or anyone close to them dies, time loops, and they do not know why, as of yet.
So they don't know why the Genesis cares about them.
Yeah.
Like, what's so special about them? Why should their deaths be the thing that trigger it?
Yeah. We don't know the answer to that yet. We know Agnes is connected to Professor Epstein, and that who you might have heard about him in the Sky Game. You do hear about him quite a bit in the Sky Games, actually. He's a background character that existed and has been dead for a while. He was Agnes's grandpa. And he's behind the rapid technological advancement of Zemuria, the one that developed orbital technology. He's the reason we went from medieval times to airships in the span of about 20 years. So yeah, it's also implied in this game that the time looping powers are the reason he was able to do that, and that he may have been around the block along with a few of the Ouroboros people.
How big of block?
At least 100 years a few times. But this is all just subtly implied right now. I don't know if they'll get explicit with it later or where they're going with it. But we don't know why the Genesis have flagged Van and Anya as special. But they have. So, and they've decided they're not allowed to die. So that's the current setup for the game. The other thing worth noting about the current Daybreak game is last game they were clearly finding their feet with the engine. It was a bit of a rust production, but it was still fine. They were redoing the combat system and the paradigm of the general gameplay, so I can understand a bit of lack of mini games and stuff that's normally expected in the Trails games at this point. We see the full return of everything, including the fishing minigame, which has been totally overhauled and is now infinitely more complicated with even more fish than before.
How much of your life are you going to throw down that hole?
All of it. It's fishing. It must be done. There are fish to be caught. I don't know how I'm going to catch all the fish in ZZZ when I've got fishing to do in Daybreak. I've never had two things of fishing competing with each other before.
And before Star Rail adds fishing.
Yeah, I finished the Genshin fishing. I think for a while I had the fishing background on as my background portrait.
Is there no new fishing for Natlan?
Oh, there is, but there's no Chivos added or anything. Few rewards from the vendor. That I don't even think there's a weapon from the vendor.
Maybe I'll do the fishing in Genshin one of these days. It seems like a pain in the butt, though.
It is.
You can't control the weather in Genshin.
Well, you don't need the weather so much as you need the time of day. But that is controllable. I don't think there's any fish locked behind weather in Genshin. I think it's just nighttime and daytime fish.
What's the regeneration rate of fishing spots?
Once every 3 days.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it takes weeks to get your fishing Chivos and get all the fishing rewards. So yeah, there's that. And the other thing to talk about in the Daybreak games is from Daybreak 1 to Daybreak 2, we have got a truly huge animation increase. They've got their hands on this engine now. They know how to run it. And the step up in quality for the fight scenes in particular is huge. Like, they really know how to make it work now. The fight scenes are really good looking for the pre-canned ones. And they seamlessly transition, like, out of a turn-based fight into a pre-canned fight animation at the end of the fight. And then back into turn-based animation, or turn-based combat for Phase 2. It looks really, really good. And all the basic crafts look good enough to be S-crafts. So, and no more of the generic backgrounds either. All the S-crafts are rendered in on the battlefield, except for Van's super mode one, which has a black background, or ones that act as like reality marbles. So really, really impressive stuff there with the animations going forward. I can't wait to see if they keep improving on it and make it even better for Kai. I'll be genuinely impressed. There is one character that is conspicuous in Daybreak 2. And I forget her name. But she's basically, we heard you guys liked Reen, so we gave Reen boobies and made them absolutely psychotic.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she fights like Reen, had the same master as Reen, stole Reen's signature spirit unification ability just by fighting with him once. But she is not a generic nice guy like Reen is. She's a battle-crazy maniac who is absolutely certifiably insane.
Bit of a red flag.
Yeah, and she would be, you know, the token better than the male counterpart, female XP of a former protagonist, except for the part where she's batshit bonkers. And anytime she shows up, Van is just like, oh no. This is gonna go, everything has gone pear-shaped. If we drag her around with us, everything is gonna go to pot. please find a way to distract this crazy lady. She's the in the screenshot I posted of Fairy talking about hookers. She's the girl on the right. So, uh, that's a character, and we still don't know what her deal is. But it stands up. Yeah, she's Reen if Reen had boobies and was cray cray. So yeah, that's a character that I'm not sure where I fall on yet, but people seem to like her. Although I don't know if people like her because they like Reen or because she is different enough from Reen and being certifiably insane that that just kind of works for people. I've not seen enough of her to make a decision one way or the other yet on where I feel about her. That's where we're at with Daybreak.
I'm pretty sure people are just thirsty for her.
Possible. So
I mean, if there are so many people who look at Sparkle and are like, I can fix her. Well,
I mean, I think Sparkle is fun, but the thought of I can fix her is not on the table at all. So yeah, that's where we're at with Daybreak 2. I want to play more of it and hopefully can come back with a better report of it. A more, well, not a better report, but a more complete report. And there are things I could nitpick about it, but I just don't care to because I like the Trail series. Even though there's little niggles with every single game or little bits of characterization in the storytelling, the only one that's really kind of fallen flat has been Cold Steel 3, but that's was a one-off thing that I know has been corrected. And I just genuinely enjoy the characters for what they are. And I don't feel the need to go super nitpick because there's enough good there that any nitpicks I could pull out just don't do anything to move the scale. Like the Trail series is relatively consistent in that way.
Yeah, I'm sort of a bit curious about what they're going to do with the remake, because if you remake Sky, well, I mean, you're just going to move on to the next game, and then it's going to be jank. So the new people that are brought into the series they're just going to run out of steam after the first one.
Yeah.
So either you're sort of stuck between either just don't do it, just make people deal with it, or you kind of have to redo all of them and then just get yourself in an endless loop of remakes.
Yeah, I think Sky Second Chapter, given that they've committed to the first one already, would be a good place to stop. Sky the Third is increasingly becoming not optional. It is a weird one, but it's not a bad one. It's definitely different, but I like Sky the Third. I think there's a lot of value there, especially now that the characters are becoming more and more relevant. Like, Evan got primo marketing in the Kai stuff. I just don't know why he has primo marketing, but he does. So, looks like he's going to be a main character again. The main character from Trails that nobody remembers. Even Falcom forgot about him. It suddenly got primo marketing again. And Reverie is definitely not skippable. So even if something is a tie-up game, people for some reason have this idea that the tie-up games, Sky the Third and Reverie, are optional. They're not.
Well, it's because in anime it is, right? When you get the clip show.
Yeah.
You skip that episode.
Yeah, no. There are significant plot developments in both of those games that move the story of the world forward quite a lot. And are not at all skippable.
Yeah, the worst kind of clip episode on anime is when the first 15 minutes is the recap and the second 15 minutes is all new content and you don't know.
Yeah, these are not like
and
that
then
at
you
all.
end up skipping it. So
yeah, from the outset in both of these games, in both Reverie and in Sky the Third, they are presenting you with new content, but for some reason people just haven't. They treat them as though they're semi-optional entries when that's just not the case. Stuff happens there, and it's going to be. I think second.
Is it just that they think it's optional, or is it just does it have momentum problems?
It's
because often that's the case, that people will start to view something as skippable if the episode in and of itself doesn't really have the momentum to keep drawing you forward the entire time because it feels like it's composed of too many parts.
They do fragment themselves more than the other parts of it, and touch on a lot of different aspects of the world. So it could be that because it's not focused with one character the whole way through, uh, and that character that is the focus in both of those games. And in Reverie, it's not as bad because it is the ensemble cast that is the main character, not any one character. But in Sky the Third, it got it the worst of the it's optional because Kevin did not have any kind of momentum as a character afterwards. The story started and resolved pretty much in Sky the Third, but the stuff it set up was super important to set up for all the side events because the other characters each get what they call star doors in Phantasma that that wrap up their stories in Liberl and set up foreshadowing for future events and where they're going to be going and why does Tita show up in Erebonia? Well, they told you in Sky the Third. You know, where does she get the mech suit? They told you in Sky the Third. But the stuff like that is present all throughout. And once Kevin's story is wrapped up in Sky the Third, that's it for his character until Kai. He gets so forgotten that when they posted the Trails protagonists, Kevin got left out in the 20th anniversary of the montage image. And the joke became, who's Kevin? But all that stuff is suddenly coming back, and it's becoming more and more apparent that anybody that for some reason did skip those games, though if you're playing a serial franchise with new releases that are following a linear story that tracks from start to finish with a constantly updating narrative, why would you skip any entry? The point is to see the whole story. It's like it's those same people. Why do you play an RPG if you don't want to see the story?
Because they want to write salacious fan fiction about the characters.
Yeah, you can't skip.
They don't like the story because the story doesn't have enough man sex in it.
Probably. Kevin does have a pretty hard ship with one of the sisters from the church, although they are supposed to be chaste in that world too. So not sure how that's going to work out.
Anyway, it's 9:30 at night for me now.
Oh, it is getting late. Yeah, my sense of time got totally thrown off from being sick and passing out for like a zillion hours today. So yeah,
I'm glad I had lunch.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
All right, and that's all I got for updates on that franchise and what you should check out with it. You got anything else? I'll just send this out.
Are you gonna play that new Like a Dragon game?
I am so far behind on Yakuza that it'll be a while.
I can't even tell if this is like an actual game or if this is just like a weird side project.
I do not know, but I've got to play 6, the Judgment games. I've got Ishin to go through. Got Man with No Name to go through, and then I got Pirate Yakuza.
This looks like a Majima centric game.
Yes. Pirate Majima in Hawaii.
What could possibly go wrong?
I don't know. This sounds pretty amazing, TBH. But
it looks like Musou combat.
Possible. They try a whole lot of weird stuff with that franchise, but it's on the look at it list. I'm not buying it full price, obviously, because I'm so far behind.
Well, the Like a Dragon games are basically guaranteed to go on deep discount eventually.
Yeah, and they pump a new one out every year, every 1 to 2 years. So I'm not. We'll get there eventually.
I haven't even got around to starting that franchise yet.
Yep.
do you have to like do all of the side content in order to follow the story?
No.
So I don't have to 100% every game in sequence.
No, but if you start a side story, they're usually so WTF, especially from like 2 onwards, that you're gonna be like, okay, I gotta see where this is going.
I'm just watching this trailer here. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I can't even tell what game this is, or where it's set, or what the genre is.
Yeah, probably
It
best.
looks more like Sengoku Basara than it looks like Yakuza.
It's a Majima game. He does not have very many, but when they pop up, they're Majima games. So,
Anyway, let's move on.
all right. We'll see you next week, folks. Sayonara.